Councilmember Wright.
Here.
Okay, I'd like to start off council comments with just one brief comment. Responding to a question from Councilmember Robinson last week about the order of the beginning of the meeting, particularly council comments and followed by public comments. I just wanted to say briefly that I think the order has been set this way that the council essentially, the council comments is set up as a way for the council to make various announcements or short comments about events of interest either that just recently happened or are about to happen, and that the thought is that in some ways that might preclude some questions that the public might have about something. And originally the public comment period was only part of regular meetings, which were the second and fourth Mondays of the month, that previous councils decided that rather than trying to make people remember which Monday of the month it was when they should come and be able to make a comment, that we would be happy to hear from them any evening that we meet. So the public comment period became a part of the beginning of every meeting. And the idea was that to try and keep those comments brief, that if there was information needed that was of a very short nature, we might respond to those comments made by the public, but that if it required anything more than a brief response, that we would take it under advisement and the appropriate people would get back and either make a comment at a future meeting or through other channels. And what we were trying to avoid was a back and forth from those comments that would lead to, in many cases, kind of hijacking the agenda and us getting off into topics that we didn't anticipate and not getting to the part of the meeting that we had advertised. So the whole idea of both of those sections was to keep them relatively short and, again, try and answer some of those questions, potentially answer some of those questions up front. So that's how we got there and what the intent was. Mm-hmm. And I hope maybe that helps answer some of that question.
It helps answer the question of how we got there. Absolutely. One of the things that you had, we had talked about a year ago when this session started was to engage the public in perhaps a little different way. And so that's part of where I was coming from when I brought that up last week. And having people speak and then making sure that we have an opportunity to respond to them, I think is important. And of course we can do that during the public comment section unless there's some tradition or reason not to. Am I right on that? In other words, if somebody comes up and asks some questions, we can all pitch in if we want to. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't really preclude our own comments after public comment or during public comment. Mm-hmm. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay, good.
And if I can just add briefly that I think one of the things that I wanted to do when I talked about different ways to engage the public was hopefully to not always have it be in a formal setting like this, but to be able to have some other types of meetings, maybe on Monday nights or other nights, that we could have it a little less formal and a little more back and forth.
I completely, I'm glad that you say that, and I'm a great promoter of having council and the public and even staff, if appropriate, join in on some of our priorities, which are clearly our priorities.
Are there other council comments? Councilmember Wright.
Three things I wanted to comment on. First, just want to let people know there's 3 state highway issues that the city manager's been helping us to address. The first is the guardrail in Philadelphia. The second is the new light walk system that's put in place in Philadelphia, and Piney Branch is in place, but the lights aren't on, so we've put in the request about that. And lastly, on Carroll near Savory and Park, there was a request to have the paddles put up there for pedestrians. My understanding from Darrell is that the state highway is no longer installing those due to their sort of maintenance issues with them. So we're going to... I gotta go. Yeah, I gotta go. Bathroom in the back. The heart is racing.
Councilmember Clay was not feeling well over the last couple of days, and she was obviously having some difficulty, and we will hope that there's not any problem, and we'll find out what was going on at some point when somebody comes back. But maybe we should, I don't know, let's take a couple of minutes and go out there and just see what's going on. We'll be right back in 2 or 3 minutes. her heart rate, and the police attended to her, and the paramedics arrived, and so there's about 10 people out there who are helping her. So she wanted us to continue with the meeting. Councilmember Berry.
Thank you, Mayor. Would like to call attention to a series of violent assaults in the Crossroads area this past weekend, going back to last Saturday, a week ago last Saturday. Several victims, all business owners and employees in the area. The police are vigorously investigating and have deployed their rapid investigation unit. In the meantime, I would like to announce tonight the creation of a Victims Assistance Fund, and it will be administered by the board of the Crossroads Development Authority, and tonight I'm writing a check for the first $100 for it, and would encourage colleagues as well as those listening at home tonight to consider contributing. In one of the instances, the business owner lost a substantial amount of money due to the robbery, and considering the high cost of rent in that area now, and that her materials that she uses have also gone up, the loss that she sustained is a considerable blow to her and her family, and we want to make sure that those businesses there continue to get by in difficult economic circumstances. So we will start that fund, and we, of course, cannot reimburse all of the losses that these businesses have sustained, but even a little bit at this time of year would be very helpful. The other related proposal that I would like to put forward, and Chief, I think you would be very involved in this, and your guidance is respectfully requested, and that would be to consider installing some security cameras in the area. I note that an attempted kidnapping last spring was resolved in part because the business had a security camera there, and I don't know if this should be an individual choice and purchase of those businesses, or whether the development authority at the Crossroads might consider investing in a system that would cover, at least to some extent, the 2 or 3 major business areas within the Crossroads district. I note that Washington, D.C. police maintains some security surveillance cameras in the downtown area. London has had them for some time. I'm not sure we're ready for that extensive deployment, but even anything at this point that you could provide some advice on, I do think that the business community would be interested in fully funding such a system, but I think would look to you and your department for some guidance in that area. And I do think that it would assist in the apprehension of folks there who are committing these crimes, and certainly it would also act as in part a deterrent, as you know. So, and I'm very happy that you are deploying your very well respected tactical group to that area, and I know maybe you'll have some comments a little bit later on the further steps that you're taking to resolve that, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Other comments? Councilmember Wright.
Just wanted to finish my comments from before. The second thing I want to talk about is just the budget process. Pretty soon we'll be, before we know it anyway, we'll be in the budget process for next year. And I've started to think a little bit about that, and just wanted to let my council colleagues know that I was going to plan to talk to each of you in the next couple of weeks and you know, think through that process, and then have something that we, as a draft, we could give to Barb as a suggested calendar and what we'd like to see incorporated in the process for next year. I know this is something that's on many of our minds, and last year was, although the process was improved from previous years, is still something that many of us feel could be improved. And then lastly, I just wanted to say, the past few days I've been in Ohio campaigning for Barack Obama, and it has been an amazing experience. We did mostly door knocking in the city and out in the suburbs. We had the advantage of, or the opportunity to go to the rally where there were 80,000 people in downtown Cleveland. And it was incredibly energizing. Bruce Springsteen was there. He gave a short movement speech himself, and then Senator Obama gave a speech. And the thing that amazed me most actually was not those two individuals, but all of the people working on the campaign, and the mix of individuals, ages, races, backgrounds, geography from the country, different parts of the country coming together to work on this campaign, and people were incredibly energized about change. And I say that not as a political pitch for one candidate or the other, because I also got to talk to people who are supporting McCain. And I'm sure that the people working on the campaign care just as much about, and it's just as deeply about the future of the country as the people working on the Obama campaign. But it just, for me, made me optimistic. I know we're facing many challenges as a country, but it made me feel optimistic because we have so many talented people and people who care so deeply about the future of the country. It also made me feel incredibly proud to live in Tacoma Park and in this community. The diversity in this community is amazing. Yes, as a community, we definitely have issues that we need to work on and address, and the coming years will probably be trying for us as a community as well as the economy struggles. But I'm optimistic about the future for Tacoma Park because of all the amazing people that live here, and I look forward to working with my council colleagues and all of the citizens to meet those challenges that we'll face.
Any other council comments? Councilmember Robinson.
Councilmember Barry, regarding your comments about a video camera, I'll just relate that this past weekend I was at in a commercial area in my ward that has a video camera shining down on an alley, and there was a robbery in that alley, and the person who was in charge of the video looked at many hours of tape and finally found 5 seconds on that tape that had enough for our police department to recognize the vehicle, although they couldn't find they couldn't see the tag. They knew enough to find the owner and then made an arrest with successful conclusion. So video cameras do work, and I hand it to our police department for their prompt and efficient use of their own investigative efforts. Thank you, Chief.
Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to just follow up for a second on Councilmember Wright's comments about our strategic plan. Kind of leading up to the strategic plan, we had a meeting with the Recreation Department a couple of months ago, and I think the conclusion of that, we did identify some goals for the Recreation Department, and I believe we were anticipating the Recreation Department would be coming back to us with a plan on how they would be addressing those goals. And I wonder if we have a date yet on when we would be receiving that draft plan.
I'll discuss that tomorrow with the city manager.
Thank you. I also wanted to mention that tomorrow being Election Day, that the city staff will be providing bus rides for the residents of Victory Towers and also the Franklin Apartments. The bus will be running from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. on half-hour increments, picking up the residents of those two buildings or anyone else who goes to those addresses, taking them to the polling places, and then giving them rides back to the Victory Towers and Franklin Apartments. I will also be providing rides to and from the polls for the residents of Ward 4, beginning at 7 a.m. through noon, and then starting again at 4 p.m. on through the closing of the polls that evening. So there's ample opportunity for people to get a ride to vote, and I'm sure that everyone is going to go out there and vote this year so that we have 100% turnout from Ward 4 and the rest of Tacoma Park. Thank you.
Okay, just a couple of quick notes about upcoming agendas. They've shuffled around a little bit. Next week, November 10th, we'll get an update from Safe Tacoma. November 17th, there's going to be a resolution declaring November 24th as B.F. Gilbert Day in Tacoma Park. That is not something that we've had before. Also, there will be a discussion of bids for the architectural services for renovations of this room, and that's on the 17th. On the 24th, the auditors will make their presentation on the FY08 annual financial report, and we will have work session discussions about council grants program and city committees, and then we will be on break from November 25th until January. The next item is adoption of minutes. Would somebody like to move approval of the minutes for September 15th and 22nd?
Second.
Any comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. We're now at a public comment period, and if anybody would like to make any comments, and please keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Yes, my name's Pat Lovelace, 7620 Maple Avenue, Tacoma Park. And tomorrow, I want you to know, is Joyce Seaman's birthday. And I think what better way to show our appreciation for her tireless work for our city. And she's worked with the people of Franklin Apartments and other people around the city. And I think the best way we can show our appreciation for her is to get out there tomorrow and vote. You know, like Terry said, there's going to be people driving people back and forth to the polls. So there is no excuse for not getting out there and voting. You know, because if I can do it, we can all do it. I'll be down there tomorrow supporting Barack Obama. I'll have the big peace sign out there at the middle school. So if you see the peace sign down there, come on down and let it be a reminder that even though we may, even if we do get our candidate in, we still have a war going on out there. And we still have a war that we must stop. You know? So it doesn't mean we can just sit back and say we did it all, it's all done now. No, it's not all done. We still got to work. We still got to work to bring our troops home. We got to work to make our cities better, our economy better, and do what we can to make our neighborhoods safer. You know, because as long as we're fighting, you know, we're not at peace yet. And we can just, you know, hope that Barack Obama does what he can to make it a better world for us. And also, I just want to say, Joyce out there, I hope you're listening. Happy birthday. I'll be out there voting for Barack Obama. Okay, and also, I want to find out how Councilmember Clay is doing, because I know what it's like to be short of breath and have problems with my heart. But my heart is doing all right, thanks be to God and everybody around who's supported me, and I hope that Councilmember Clay is doing okay. Okay, well, thank you very much, and I want everybody to come out and vote tomorrow. Come on out. If you worry about me all the time, show your appreciation and show how much you really do care by getting out there tomorrow and voting. I don't want to hear someone say, the ball game's on. There's no excuse. We need to get the vote out tomorrow. I want to see 100% turnout in Tacoma Park and Ward 4 and throughout the county. Anyone who is listening, don't forget to tell your mother and father tonight, kiddos. Get out there and vote tomorrow. Come on. Thank you very much. Peace. We can do it.
Thanks for your comments. The city manager have any comments?
Sure. Just a few brief comments. At last week's meeting, there was some questions about a really exciting topic, actuarial accrued liability relative to our police pension plan. I had sent out some additional information on Tuesday. Just wanted to see if there were any additional questions that the council had about that matter. Kind of along the financial track, I did want to share with the council that the city's audit was filed with the state late last week in advance of the deadline. Obviously, as the mayor noted earlier, The auditors will be before the council on the 24th. We are still waiting for the bound copies of the reports, but as soon as we get those, we will send those out to the council so you have a chance to review it before the auditors are in attendance. I also wanted just to mention that the recreation staff this week is in training with the new software system that the council had authorized earlier this year, so they'll be in training all this week, and their goal is hopefully to have the system up and running sometime in the month of December. And the last item I had, you may have noticed that Chief Rakucci is here this evening. There were two items that I had asked the Chief to come talk about. One is just any preparations that the department has made relative to tomorrow's election, and certainly over the weekend, as the council's aware, we had a unfortunate string of robberies in the Crossroads area that Councilmember Berry has already mentioned.
Thank you, Barb. Tomorrow's election day, as everyone knows, and we've been working very closely with Montgomery County government and the Montgomery County Election Board. As a standard procedure, when there's an event of this enormity, we will be in their command center tomorrow working with them all day. Our officers have gotten all the 6 locations here in the city. We will be checking on patrol throughout the day. We ask that our citizens be patient tomorrow. We expect probably the largest turnout in presidential voting history tomorrow, so there's going to be a lot of people there throughout the county and obviously here in the city. We expect there'll be some traffic jams. There may be a lack of parking at some of the schools because of the large crowds. We will be working with the individuals to help them move in and move out, but we just ask everybody in our city to be patient and work with us tomorrow, and obviously we'll be monitoring any situations that may occur. We don't expect any problems, but we want to be prepared, and we will be working with the county on that. Concerning the robberies, we have had, within the city of Tacoma Park since October 25th, we've had 4 robberies involving the same individuals. It involves 3 black males and 1 black female. They have robbed 4 Asian, 3 of them are business owners, 1 of them we haven't confirmed if they're a business, but 4 Asians of Asian descent here in our city. 3 of them are business owners here in the city. There was also a robbery of an Asian owner of the liquor store on the PG County side of New Hampshire Avenue. That occurred also, so there's been 5. We've identified the car now. It's a stolen vehicle from Montgomery County. It's a 1994 black Honda Accord with a Maryland registration of Charlie X-Ray King 874. We ask if any of our citizens see this car, please call 911 immediately and report it. As a result of the robberies, obviously we're working with PG in D.C. We've also linked the car now to a robbery in D.C., which we've done in the last half hour as we continue to update these cases. I briefed Ms. Matthews at 5 o'clock, and we had 2 more robberies by the time I walked back downstairs, the result of our detectives working with other jurisdictions and putting it all together. We will increase our uniform presence down in the Langley Park area, along with the Tactical Enforcement Unit. As we speak, we've put together a press release along with safety tips that's being delivered to every business down in the Langley Park Crossroads area, encouraging our business owners to call us and to be much more careful due to this crime spree we're experiencing right now. We've also put out tonight, although it doesn't affect us yet, there was a total of 3 armed robberies and 2 attempted robberies in Montgomery County in the last 36 hours involving 2 Hispanic males that have hit several business establishments. We put out an advisory to the community and the business community on these robberies also, because we're very close to the line concerning those robberies which may affect us. Concerning the cameras that Councilman Berry brought up, we did have a camera in one of the businesses that recorded the second robbery that we have, which confirms our stolen auto. Individual cameras are much cheaper that businesses get, and if they keep them up to date and continue to change the tapes, it works very well. The cameras that you're talking about that D.C. has in our major cities, that's a major expenditure. 3 or 4 years ago, there were home security grants for that. Obviously, I wasn't here then, but I did explore it in Front Royal when I was down there, and we were looking at cameras for there. I would tell you it's a major undertaking. We are still looking at monies because it has come up from the business community, but that would be a major capital project if we decided to do it. I would urge individual owners, it's much cheaper, to put, you can put 1 camera in there that will get your store and will get out front. And it has helped us in several of the robberies, as you mentioned earlier tonight. We were able to get the film today from one of our robberies and confirm that tag numbers I mentioned earlier, so they do work. But so we are continuing to explore, but it's a very expensive project. We'd have to discuss, obviously, with the council and manager before we move forward on it. Are there any questions?
Thanks very much, Chief. Appreciate your fine work. Now I'd like to take the opportunity to welcome Montgomery County Councilmember George Leventhal to the City Council meeting. Sure, back there, sit at the table, whatever you'd like. If I can just say by way of introduction for Councilmember Leventhal being here that over the past couple of years when Councilmember Tom Perez was the District 5 representative, he on occasion briefed the council on county issues. Once he was succeeded by Councilmember Irvin, she has continued to do that. Councilmember Elrich, who also lives in Tacoma Park, as does Councilmember Leventhal, said that he would like to come brief the council. He's done so on 2 occasions, and so we thought it would be entirely appropriate for Councilmember Leventhal to have the same opportunity, and we would also extend the welcome to any of your other colleagues who may not live in Tacoma Park, but who would like to come talk to us about anything at any particular time, that we're always open to any dialogue that would help us all. So thank you and welcome.
Well, thank you, Mayor Williams. I'm glad to be here. I appreciate the invitation. I have lived in Tacoma Park for 23 years, and it's my 6th year on the County Council, and I've worked closely with all of you, and I appreciate the opportunity to serve the entire county, including Tacoma Park. I have a couple issues I want to talk about, and then I'll take questions. I've been very much involved in trying to mobilize public support for the Purple Line. I know you're getting a briefing on your agenda later, and you'll hear about the 4 public hearings that the state is holding on Saturday, November 15th at the New Carrollton Municipal Center, Tuesday, November 18th at the 4-H Center on Connecticut Avenue in Chevy Chase, Wednesday, November 19th at the University of Maryland College Park Ritchie Coliseum, and Saturday, November 22nd, right here in Tacoma Park at Montgomery College Falcon Hall. I do hope that members of the council and the mayor will take the time to attend at least one of these 4 meetings. Elected officials will be placed at the beginning of the agenda. These are long meetings, and I'm working with an organization called Purple Line Now. Councilmember Snipper has also been quite active in that organization, and we are seeking to make it clear that there is overwhelming popular support, and I'm very confident that there is overwhelming popular support for this mass transit investment. We have some pockets of concern among some communities through which the trolley would run, but I believe the need is so clear and so vital for this transit improvement, and we hope that there will be a large show of support from those who support the Purple Line at these 4 public hearings. Another issue I've worked very closely with all of you on is the Piney Branch Elementary School swimming pool, and the County Recreation Department tells us that construction work on the pool should be completed in December. The pool will have to undergo several tests before opening, but the pool should be ready for public use before Christmas. Jerry Stocks and Ron Wiley and the rest of the Adventist Community Services Board are planning to vote next Monday, November 10th, on whether Adventist Community Services will operate the pool. We do need the city to follow through with its pledge of $50,000 to assist with the cost of fixing the pool and getting it up and running. The group of parents and school administrators has been meeting, and they are discussing how to program the pool, but all of that will come under the Adventist Community Services arrangement. The use of the pool by the school, of course, will be handled by the principal, Mr. Generlet, and the school system. So we expect that the cost of bringing the pool up to code is $147,000. And I have more details on the status of exactly what is being done to the various systems in the pool, the chemical systems and the heating and the pool packs and all of that, which I will leave with the clerk. I think it will be of some interest to council members in the community. We were all shocked, of course, with the murder of a 14-year-old boy on Saturday night just outside of the city of Tacoma Park. Montgomery County Police have not yet identified the shooter. This occurred on a ride-on bus just near the Giant at Piney Branch and Arliss. The suspect who did the shooting is described as a Hispanic male in his early 20s, 5'4" to 5'7" inches tall with no facial hair. He was wearing a black hooded jacket and blue jeans. He also has a tattoo of some type of lettering on the side of his neck. detectives from the homicide section of the Major Crimes Division are asking anyone with information regarding the suspect or this crime to call the county police at 240-773-5070, and callers may remain anonymous. I know there's a lot of interest in the city on the issue of tax duplication, and Barbara Matthews has been a participant in the county executive's task force on that issue. I have not. I have been briefed on the draft report that I believe Barbara has a copy of. I have not read the draft report. I've been briefed on it. I understand members of the task force are still reviewing it, and it is not yet final. I assume your city manager has kept you informed about it. The good news is there seems to be consensus that the city ought to get a larger payment in reimbursement for police services, somewhat larger payment in reimbursement for parks and recreation. There does not appear to be consensus on road reimbursement and on bridges. There, again, I'm not very close to this issue. I will read the report when it is final, and I'll be happy to engage in dialogue with any municipality. I represent them all. Once the report is final, the county law states, and I'm not taking a position at this time until the report is final, but county law states that reimbursement is to be for property tax duplication. And so, for example, we, Montgomery County, pay for roads through our capital budget through general obligation bonds, and it is, at least as I understand it, the position of the county executive staff that therefore road reimbursement is not a property tax duplication issue, and several of the issues have related to that the county's understanding is that it is obligated to reimburse a portion of property tax. The city has requested reimbursement of several expenses that the county doesn't pay for through property tax. And Barbara Matthews is much closer to this, and she can address some of the other major issues that have come up. But again, there appears to be an agreement on all sides with respect to increased reimbursement for police and some reimbursement increase for parks and recreation. A week and a half ago, the new fire station had its groundbreaking, and the new fire station is scheduled for completion in 2010. The mayor was there. I regret I was not able to be there, but I drive past there frequently, and I see that work has begun. And of course, at the county level, we maintain a strong commitment to quick response time and up-to-date modern facilities at the fire station. And just generally, I think we want to ensure that that anything residents of Tacoma Park need from the county, that they get a quick response. Certainly, my office wants to do that, not only because I live in Tacoma Park, but certainly we try very hard to be responsive to all our constituents. Walton Harris is my legislative aide, and he's here with me, so I want you all to meet him. I'm eager to talk to all of you, but Walt's actually a lot nicer than me. So when you call my office, you're probably better off talking to him. But I'll stop and take any questions or any comments that you all may have. And again, I appreciate the invitation to speak to you tonight.
Sure. If I can just follow up with you for a second on the tax and service duplication task force, and I just wanted to reinforce the thought that I've heard from a number of people at the county, some of your county council colleagues, the kind of the first thing that everybody always talks about when that topic comes up is, oh, but you know, budgets are tight, money is tight, and wanting to just remind folks that what the first thing to do is to fix the formulas, and if there needs to be some kind of phase-in of the implementation, that could be understandable under the current budget constraints, but that fixing the formulas is the primary thing and should, excuse me, shouldn't be precluded by current fiscal situation.
Right. Well, I know a lot of work has gone into this task force. The council actually is not part of the task force. Right. It's the county executive's task force. So it will come before the council when it's final, and at that point I'll have a more detailed response of my own, but it isn't actually before us now. But I know that a lot of good work has gone into it, and again, I know that Barbara Matthews and representatives of all the other municipalities have firmly made their case, and my briefing came from the county executive staff, and it sounds like, at least in some areas, I think the municipalities are going to get a positive response, probably not 100% of what they want.
Right. And then one other thing that I just want to bring up was I mentioned that we have an agenda item in a couple weeks about our council grants. We wanted to establish a program for how to give some small grants to community organizations.
Great.
And I know that the county council has had a fairly long history with how you deal with grants, and I know you've discussed some potentially different ways of doing that or how to get out from under it, and I wondered if you wanted to share any comments about the process that you all have had and give us any couple points of advice as we have our discussion to share your experience so that we have that.
That's very interesting, and I'm happy to make a few observations now, and then I'd be happy to meet with anyone from the city. I'd also encourage you to meet with Peggy Fitzgerald-Bear, who is the grants manager for the county council. When I took office 6 years ago, the process by which nonprofit groups got funding at the end of the budget process was very irregular and informal, and I didn't think that was, I just didn't feel good about it. I thought that there were some excellent nonprofit organizations getting funded, but I thought it relied too heavily on relationships between the leaders of those nonprofit groups and individual council members, and I knew of many nonprofit groups that didn't have those relationships, and along with my departed colleague Marilyn Praisner, she and I felt that there ought to be a fairer and more open and more competitive process that at least tried to ascertain the merit of the different grant applications. So it's taken us several years to get to where we are today, but we're now in the third year of the same grants process, and basically we empanel a group of citizens to make informed recommendations to us, and then we rely heavily on their recommendations in allocating the funds. There's, it's all online. There's an application. There's a deadline in early February, and a review panel that actually interviews the applicants, and that's all separate from the county council. So I won't say it's completely depoliticized, but it's a less political and more merit-based and absolutely more transparent and fair and competitive process than it was when I arrived at the council. So again, having worked through this, I've been very much involved in this. I'd be happy to talk with the city in greater detail.
Great. Thank you. Other questions from my colleagues? Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you. And Mr. Leventhal, thank you very much for coming here this evening. I have heard from my constituents how much they appreciate hearing the county council members give their briefings here at our council. And it's a valuable update both for us here on the council and also for the residents in our neighborhoods. And I realize you have a busy schedule, so I'm not going to take a lot of time, but there's one thing I think really needs to be mentioned, and that is thank you for your leadership and great many of hours that you put in on working towards reopening the Piney Branch Elementary School pool.
Thank you.
I don't think people sitting at home listening to you give the little brief update that you gave tonight can really appreciate how much work you put in and how much thought and planning and effort that you put in on making this happen. It was a complicated process to get all the different groups and all the different issues pulled together. And I personally thank you, and I know that the residents of Tacoma Park thank you for the leadership that you provided in that.
Well, I thank you back, you and Councilmember Clay and Mayor Williams and Councilmember Robinson. I don't mean to leave anyone out, but the four of you have been the most active from this body and have also spent a great deal of time and energy on this. And I need to mention Councilmember Valerie Irvin, County Councilmember Valerie Irvin, and County Councilmember Mark Elridge, who have also been actively participating in bringing about the outcome, which is soon ahead of us. I should mention that follow my train of thought here. What I expect is going to occur is we're going to fix the pool for some period of years, and it will be long enough to get us past the point where a new aquatic facility is going to open on the grounds of what is now Washington Adventist Hospital, and that's in the works. So the amount that we're investing now to fix the Piney Branch Elementary School pool will be enough to get it up and running for some number of years. It will not be a permanent repair. Of course, no repair is ever permanent. I mean, you need to maintain it and fix it. But we look forward to, in making decisions about what type of equipment to invest and how much to spend on it. As I say, we only appropriated the amount that we appropriated in the budget, and the repairs are costing about $150,000. We're not spending significantly more than that because of the anticipation that a new aquatic facility is going to open on the Washington Adventist Hospital campus. So follow my train of thought. I want to let all of you know that on December 11th, in the committee that I chair of the County Council, the Health and Human Services Committee, we're inviting all of the presidents of all the hospitals in the county to brief the county council on their short-term and long-term plans, of course, including Washington and Venice Hospital. So I know that'll be quite a bit of interest to Tacoma Park residents.
Yes, thank you. And I think all you've done in describing just one little piece of this pool effort was to verify what I said, is you've put a lot of work in. It takes a lot of work to coordinate something like this.
Thanks for your work as well.
One other comment is that I can't agree with what you said about Mr. Harris, but I do think he is excellent and serves you well, and he's been a pleasure to work with, and continues to be. Thank you.
Thanks for saying so.
But I wouldn't say that he's better because you're poor.
I didn't say better, I said nicer.
Yeah, right.
But we appreciate his good work.
Councilmember Robinson.
Hi, thanks for coming down.
Thank you, Dan.
I've been grilling your colleagues as they've come down here about the relative importance of cities and counties in our county, Montgomery County, and I wanted to get some feedback or thoughts from you about it. I'll throw out a couple of ideas here, things I've learned recently. The cities have 15% roughly of the population of the county. The rebate's about 0.5%, so there's that, and you're well aware of that feeling that there's a discrepancy there. But beyond that, I'm kind of pursuing this relative efficiency in delivering services between cities and the county. And we're one of course, as you know, a few cities in Montgomery County, and some states have many cities or smaller counties or less powerful counties or more powerful counties. You know,
That's right.
It's a continuum, and I don't know. I'm sure there's no right answer. But when we were at the Maryland Municipal League retreat, the legislative retreat, was it last week or the week before? I think there was a whole session which I was lucky enough to attend on cities in counties in Maryland. And apparently, back in 1954, the counties took on the responsibility of allowing cities to incorporate. And since that time, so it's been 50-some years, 54 years, only 5 cities in Maryland have incorporated. All 5 were in Montgomery County. And so the speaker said, you know, the best shot for incorporating a city is in Montgomery County. It's the one the most amenable. On the other hand, I think it's Washington Grove, which tried to incorporate last year. Maybe I don't have the name right. But was told no, it wasn't.
I think you're thinking of Rollingwood.
Rollingwood. Rollingwood.
Yeah, Washington Grove is a town.
Is a town. Okay. Yeah. Rollingwood wanted to incorporate, was not able to incorporate because of perceived or real financial aspects.
Right.
And in my mind, that these there's been no real study on the relative efficiency of cities or the ability of cities to govern themselves or to put themselves in place, and of course we're proud of the services that we provide, but sometimes I feel lonely, you know. Down county, there aren't a lot of other cities. You get to Garrett Park, and then you get all the way to Rockville or Gaithersburg. So given that, I wondered what your observations might be about that notion, and in particular the decision about Rollingwood.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I've done a lot of thinking about this also, and as far as efficiency goes, it would be interesting to do a study of that, and maybe MML or MACO jointly could commission such a study, perhaps from the University of Maryland School of Public Policy or somewhere else. I think it would be very interesting to find out. I know that the county has economies of scale that enable us to deliver certain services at lower cost. In preparing for this discussion on tax duplication, it's my understanding that county park and planning is able to do park maintenance at a lower unit cost than the city would be, because there are so many more parks and they can spread the cost of equipment and maintenance and personnel over a much wider area than just those parks that are in the city of Tacoma Park. I also know that the city of Tacoma Park made the decision a couple of years ago to turn housing code enforcement over to Montgomery County. I own one rental property here in Tacoma Park, and I have found that the annual code inspection is a great deal more rigorous under the county than it was when it was done by the city of Tacoma Park. It's a bit of a nuisance for me, but I don't complain because I know that it's better for tenants overall. And so I think, you know, Sammy Abbott was a friend of mine, and I know that there was a belief some time ago that Montgomery County didn't care about cities and that Montgomery County would not provide the same level of services or the same quality of services that your local home right around the corner city government would do. I don't think that's the case. Since I've gotten elected, I mean, I've been on the county council now for 6 years, and I've lived in Tacoma Park for 23 years. I think the quality of services provided by the county is very, very high. I think the quality of services provided by the city is very, very high as well, but I don't assume that because it's a smaller unit delivering the services that certainly I don't assume that it's a lower cost, and I don't know what other types of efficiencies might factor in. I think it's worth studying. I think the city of Tacoma Park ought to continue to look at what services it really needs to provide and what services it might want to give up to the county. It's quite interesting, the difference in the police forces between Rockville and Gaithersburg, which are our two largest municipalities, which don't have a full-service police force, don't have detective work. I was listening very carefully to the story, Dan, that you told about the police being able to track down a robbery suspect in the alley. I guess that was at Tacoma Junction. And, that's a great story, and I'm very impressed with the Tacoma Park Police. I've lived here for 23 years. I always get quick response. They've always been very helpful and responsive. So, I mean, they're interesting questions. I've weighed those. The council voted unanimously not to allow incorporation of the village of Rollingwood. And I think primarily there was an equity issue there. We were concerned that one of the wealthiest enclaves in the county, if we opened the door for a very wealthy enclave to establish its own government, get a property tax rebate from county government, then what it would ultimately lead to, and they were talking about, I started out really agnostic on the Rollingwood question, and as I listened to the things that they wanted to do, for example, major upgrades to their elementary school facilities with their own municipal funds and their own taxes. They had a misperception, I think, about school district boundaries and how a municipality would be favored or not favored vis-a-vis other citizens. And I think they just generally felt that municipalities were better treated, both because they had their own local village mayor and council and because the county council would be more responsive to a town or a city. And I have to say, I try very hard, at least I believe I am equally responsive to all of my constituents, regardless of whether they live inside or outside of a municipal boundary. And I just didn't find the arguments that they made persuasive, and the arguments that they made to me were outweighed by my concern. If you have the village of Rollingwood, and next you have the village of Avenel, and next you have all of these other incorporated municipalities that in effect try to take themselves out of providing for the good of the whole. I don't suggest that Tacoma Park does that at all. In fact, the income level here is not in the very top strata of Montgomery County. But there was sort of a general concern, and there has been a history also. I mean, you talked about the divisions between counties and municipalities and townships and boroughs in other parts of the country, and it is a very interesting history. And you do have a history in metropolitan areas where these boroughs or enclaves or townships would form basically to get their affluent citizens out of the lower income school system and not have an obligation to support services that provide for everyone. I'm not saying that was Rollingwood's intent, and I'm sure someone will be watching Tacoma Park Municipal Cable and say, you really misunderstand Rollingwood. Yeah. No, I listened very carefully, and it wasn't an easy choice. But there was that concern about Rollingwood. And, in particular, why would Rollingwood Elementary School get a higher level of tax-supported facility upgrades than Piney Branch Elementary School or North Chevy Chase Elementary School or Wheaton Woods Elementary School? That happens to some extent, but we were concerned that by incorporating a new municipality that you were opening the door really to stratified public education and other stratified services. So I hope that's a fair answer to your question. I don't think we closed the door on any future incorporation, but again, the council voted unanimously against the Rollingwood application.
Well, thanks for those comments. The comments at the MML conference lead me to agree with you on the appropriate approach of getting MACO and MML and the Maryland, you mentioned it, the public policy department, to look at it, because that's probably a good way to look at the relative benefits of being in a municipality and the relative responsibilities and the relative ideas of equity, which are all very important.
It would be extremely interesting.
Yes. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Councilmember Wright.
Thanks for being here, Councilmember Leventhal.
Thanks, Judge.
Two questions. One, if you just indulge me for a second with a little bit more detail about the Piney Branch pool. Mm-hmm. So I just want to understand, it sounds like we're repairing the heating system as opposed to replacing it, and it sounds like we're doing that for prudent reasons to get us through to a period when we get another pool in the area. But is your sense that that's truly going to solve it may not solve it long-term in the sense that eventually the repair may break, but is it actually going to solve the temperature issue in the pool, which was a big reason why people from the community weren't using it, because the pool would frequently be too cold? Is it your sense that with that repair, that the temperature issue, as long as the repair continues to work, will solve that issue?
Well, what I understand, Josh, is a little bit of a chicken and egg situation. If you have frequent use of the pool, the fact that people are in the pool will provide for a warmer temperature. If it's rarely used, then the temperature will drop. The pool pack is supposed to provide for 80-degree water temperature, the new pool pack that's being installed. Mm-hmm. And that's what an indoor swimming pool is supposed to feel like. I understand there were complaints about it being chilly in the past, but I also understand that usage was quite low in the past, and that's why the Silver Spring YMCA pulled out. Mm-hmm. And so when you have a frequently used indoor pool, the temperature is just fine. I'm going to encourage the school system to make use of this asset that they have, and I hope that with Adventist Community Services and some of the efforts that we've talked about better marketing, that community use will be such that that will address that part of the temperature issue. The repairs that we're making should provide for a usable temperature for, again, the next few years, the next several years, long enough to get past the point where a new aquatic center is built. But if nobody uses the pool, then the temperature comes both from the heating system and also from people in the pool and using the pool there. You have to have both.
Okay, thanks. And then the second thing has to do with infill development. So there's been a lot of talk here in Tacoma Park, and I know it's an issue for other areas in Down County, just another term used is frequently the Mansonization of properties, and sort of, I know the county council is looking at that, and just wanted to see if you had thoughts about that issue.
Yeah, well, we are considering a bill that regulates, that ratchets down how large a house can be on a relatively small lot in the R60 and R90 zones, which most of Tacoma Park is in that zone. And I think that there are homes in a few, I don't see so many here in Tacoma Park and Silver Spring, it's more in Bethesda and Chevy Chase, that have really pushed the envelope beyond what is respectful to the neighborhood. I mean, people's privacy is being invaded, there's all kinds of stormwater problems created, and so I'm amenable. I mean, what I understand of the bill that we're considering is you could still build a house that's plenty large. And so I'm amenable to changing those rules further. I do think what I understand happened in the village of Chevy Chase is that the village council wanted to go quite a bit further in the direction of restricting house size. And a group of residents petitioned that to referendum, and it was overturned, that there were residents in the village of Chevy Chase who felt that their ability to improve the value of their property had been impinged on too much. These were not home builders. These were just people who wanted to build additions on their homes. So I'm amenable to restricting what I think are homes that push the envelope. And I want to make sure that, as I always try to do, that we proceed with caution and think through it carefully. And the most helpful thing is a lot of public input. I think what tends to happen is that citizens who are exercised and unhappy about something petition the council to do something about it. And it's only after the council does something about it that all these other residents say, well, wait a minute, that's what happened in the village of Chevy Chase. This went too far. We're not happy. So if you have constituents who are concerned about either way, either homes that are too large for the lot or who want to be able to build their home, encourage them to get in touch with me and the other members of the council, because we need to hear from the public and try to assess what makes sense.
Great, thanks. Other comments or questions? Councilmember Snipper.
Yes, thank you very much for coming, Councilmember Leventhal.
Thank you, Ruben.
I have one quick question. Some of us have been concerned about the sidewalk on the, I'll call it the other side of Flower, depending on whether you think Flower is north and south or whatever, the non-Tacoma Park side. And it is on the CIP, but it would be nice to make sure that this actually did happen. I know it's always in the out years and then slowly moves down. I hope you would continue to support keeping that on the plan so in fact it does get built.
I do. I'm glad you reminded me of that. I remember that you and I and Senator Raskin had an exchange of correspondence about a year ago on that. And this is why I wanted my staff to come so that we wouldn't lose anything that we need to follow up on. So let me look into the status and the timing of the sidewalk on the north side of Flower Avenue and get back to you about that.
Yeah. It's
appreciate
on the
you
plan. I'm
reminding me
just
about that.
really looking for continued attention that it stays on the plan and, actually does.
It's very much needed. It's a really crummy little path now. There's no path at all in some areas, and where it is, it's very.
And we have
I would hate to try and navigate it on a wheelchair, or if I were elderly, it's very.
We have a lot of kids, of course, who are going to school there, and that's a big concern.
Yeah, I'm very much aware of it, and I appreciate you reminding me about it, and we'll look into it and get back to you.
Thank you.
And if I can just follow up on two quick comments. One, as you were talking about in discussion with Councilmember Robinson about the efficacy of counties or municipalities providing services, and you talked a little bit about the county park system. One observation I just wanted to make was that in our experience with getting proper maintenance from the county for county parks in the city, the experience tended to be that we were the farthest away from the county maintenance depot, and that as a result, we were always kind of the last one on the list of places to go, and if they ran out of time, they tended to not get to us, and so in many cases, because we were farthest away, we didn't get anywhere near the level of service that the other parks did within their system, and that was one of the difficulties in thinking about, who should maintain it and how that should work.
No question. I mean, this is the balancing act with the exchange that I had with Dan, is if a community is willing to pay more for better service, and if that community has a mechanism to do that, whether it's a city or a village or a special taxing district, then the ability to pay more will depend on the willingness of the residents to pay more. I mean, we're heading into a bad budget year, and we just got a briefing from Park and Planning about how park maintenance has been cut back, and it's going to be cut back further. So I can't tell you that county services are perfect. I do think they're very high quality. Park maintenance is something that's going to be scaled back. If you go to Sligo Creek, which is a county park, you're going to see less frequent lawn mowing. You're going to see less frequent shrubbery, trimming and that kind of thing because money is tight. And if the citizens of Tacoma Park are willing to pay more to have more frequent maintenance of parks, then you have a mechanism to do that.
Yeah, but I guess the other side of it is if we're not willing to pay more, but we just want the same level of service that the county is providing to other areas of the county, then that's reasonable to expect.
Well, I understand the point, and that's a conversation you'd have to have. I mean, as of right now, all the city parks are maintained by the city. If the city wanted to give up maintaining its own parks, then you'd have to enter into a negotiation with Park and Planning as to how that would be worked out. So I'm not advocating that necessarily, but right now city parks are maintained by the city.
Right.
Yeah.
And county parks are kind of maintained by the county.
Yeah, I mean, Bruce, I don't know that it's true. I mean, what I can tell you is I've got all 500 square miles of this county, and there is not one single part of the county that does not believe it is the poor stepchild. Every part of the county, including Potomac, every part of the county says, we're last in line, we don't get what we deserve. That other part of the county, the Western County thinks the Eastern County gets all the services. The Eastern County thinks the Up County gets all the services. Up County thinks the Down County gets all the services. And travel around, as I know you all do, services are better in Montgomery County than in many, many other jurisdictions, including jurisdictions right next door to us. But they're not perfect. And
I guess what I was relating to you was what we heard from county parks. Was that, oops, sorry, you're farthest away, kind of almost by necessity, you're at the end of the line.
Okay. Well, I wasn't privy to that conversation, so I can't be held accountable for it.
And the other comment I just wanted to make was on the kind of the auxiliary pieces that get connected to the Purple Line discussion, and just to make sure that you're aware that the opening up of the joint sector plan to look at some of the other pieces that go along with potential development along the Purple Line has now become not the joint sector plan, but the Montgomery County sector plan and the Prince George's County sector plan. And just the observation that it's too bad that that process couldn't go forward as a joint process. And it's because of the differences in the time frames that the two counties work on the different processes, and it's just too bad that it doesn't work better that way. And if there's ever any time when the county council can do anything to try and work with park and planning to improve the ability for that bi-county agency to actually be a bi-county agency, it would be helpful in cases like that.
I appreciate that. We had our meeting with the planning board about their work plan a couple of weeks ago. We have it twice a year. And so, again, fortunately, my excellent staff is here, so I will make a note to ask about that very point when we next get with them about their work plan and schedule.
Good, thanks. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for inviting us. Great to be
Appreciate
here.
it.
Appreciate it.
We look
Thank you all
forward
for your
to a
service.
return visit when it fits into your schedule.
I'll be happy to.
Great.
Good. Thank you all very much for your service.
We'll now move to the special session portion of the agenda, and the first thing up is a resolution adopting the New Hampshire Avenue Corridor Plan. Ms. Blanchard is here.
Sure. Good evening. I actually don't have that much to present. I believe it was all presented last week. We are working on incorporating two of the comments that were made by the council at the last session. One was regarding referring to the most important implementation step, which is the multi-way boulevard, but referring back to the recommendation section, that the details of the multi-way boulevard are contained in the recommendation section that are so important for implementation of the plan. And second, to emphasize the green aspect of buildings along the corridor.
I'm sorry, what was the second thing you mentioned, Alana?
To emphasize the green aspect of buildings, new building and development and site plan, building design and site plan along the corridor.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions? Councilmember Snipper.
Just want to thank you very much for incorporating those comments.
Likewise.
Any other questions or comments? Any public comment? Okay. Would somebody like to introduce the resolution?
I'll introduce it.
Okay. Moved by Councilmember Robinson, seconded by Councilmember Barry. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The next item on the agenda is a resolution regarding the Maryland State Police surveillance of activists, and this is brought to us by Councilmember Wright. Would you like to introduce it?
I move to introduce the resolution. Second.
Moved by Councilmember Wright, seconded by Councilmember Siemens. Comments?
I would just say first, make one observation. When I first proposed this, the state was still saying that people could come and look at their records, not take a copy away, and not have a lawyer present. Since that time, last Thursday, fortunately, the O'Malley administration changed its position and now will allow people to look at the documents, take copies of whatever they'd like, and have a lawyer present at the time, which I think is a great improvement. So the first be it resolved clause is supportive of that recent decision. The second clause remains similar to what I talked about in my comments last week, is that asking the governor and the state assembly to pass and sign into law something that prohibits this in the future. I specifically cite legislation that Jamie Raskin, State Senator Jamie Raskin, and State Delegate Sheila Hickson will introduce in the next session. I've asked Jamie for copies of that legislation. He doesn't have it back, the copies of it back from staff yet, the first draft. I feel confident that Jamie's going to structure something that we would be comfortable with. That's why I've worded it this way, but I know that some colleagues may have a concern about that, so I'm interested to hear that also.
Questions or comments? Any public comment on this resolution? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you, Councilmember Wright. The next item is a first reading ordinance of amendment number 2 to the FY09 budget. That's our current year budget. City Manager Matthews, did you want to make any comments on this?
Sure. I can just briefly highlight what's covered in the amendment that's before the council this evening. As the council may recall, there is funding in the current year budget to purchase a new recycling truck. The amount that was included in the budget was essentially the equipment replacement reserve formula calculated price. There's essentially an amount that we try to amortize over the expected life of the vehicle. One of the things in discussing this matter with the Public Works Director is this is a truck, as you may recall, that we're replacing somewhat earlier than we customarily would because of high maintenance problems and downtime. Also, the Public Works Department is recommending that the type of truck that we acquire is different than the current model. So the long and the short of it is the truck is probably going to be more expensive than what is included in the budget. The current amount, the projected price that I've received from the Public Works Department would result in the allocation of an additional $73,000 from the Equipment Replacement Reserve. I did want to share with the council that that amount is still under review. The Public Works Director is working with her staff to determine exactly which type of vehicle that she will be recommending to the council actually next week. It would not be any higher than the approximately $73,000. It could go down. She's expected to give me a final price later this week, so there is a likelihood that you may see that amount change when the ordinance comes before you for second reading. The second item that's covered in this budget amendment has to do with the problems we've experienced with the existing air conditioning system on the essentially the old section of the municipal building on the third floor. This is where the Housing Department, Communications, Finance, and IT are located. Earlier this year, the council had approved funding to hire an engineering firm to help us identify what type of supplemental system we should put in to address that problem. That was actually, I think, in June of this year. Because it was so unknown what the nature of the problem was, there is no funding for the supplemental system included in the adopted budget, and obviously at a price tag of $113,000. We were looking to basically see where within the current year budget we could essentially defer projects, so we weren't looking at taking money from the unappropriated reserve. In working with the Public Works Director, what she and I have agreed is that the asphalt miller paver, which is budgeted at $90,000, could be deferred for another year, and that the remainder of that $113,000 could come from the general contingency account. This is actually an account, as a reminder, that's different from the unappropriated reserve. This is a specific provision in the charter that requires that 0.5% of operating revenues be set aside for any unforeseen matters that may arise during the fiscal year. So the budget amendment that is before you would essentially acknowledge the fact that the asphalt miller paver would be deferred, that the supplemental air conditioning system would be added to the CIP, and would authorize the allocation of $23,000 from that general contingency account. Both of the items in terms of the actual procurement, both for the supplemental air conditioning system and the recycling truck, would be coming back before the council later this month. I believe it's actually next week for your approval. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I've got two questions on the second item.
Okay.
It's stated here that it's air conditioning. Is it just air conditioning, or is it heating and air conditioning?
No, the space actually heats quite well. It's the air conditioning part that doesn't work well.
Okay. And in the cover sheet, talks about the general contingency account is set aside as a general contingency to cover unexpected operating expenses, but this is a capital expense. Is there any difficulty with that language?
I don't believe so. I'll confirm that with the city attorney, but based on my reading of the charter as well as the finance directors, we don't believe there's any impediment to that. I think it's just a general catch-all in terms of what may come up during the year, but we can certainly get a legal opinion on that.
Okay. And on the first item, it's essentially that the current recycling truck is the side-loading one with the big sides that raise up, and my sense is that that has proved to be a bad idea design-wise, and that everybody has been fleeing from that equipment.
But, yeah, the word nightmare is what came to mind as you were talking, but yes, I don't think it's been a particularly good model. So I know the Public Works Director in her discussions has really been leaning towards the rear-loading vehicle.
I just have to say that in general, I want to take a very cautious approach as far as any expenditures that either already are in our current budget or are potential add-ons to the current budget. I think we have to be very careful how we proceed as we see how the changes that are occurring at all levels of government and all over our economy might potentially have an effect on our fiscal situation. Having said that, I think that both of these are necessary and should both improve working conditions for our staff and also have better services for our residents and less downtime with that equipment, because I can foresee the repair costs on that just eating up that difference. So I will be supporting this, but with the caveat that anything that's coming to us as far as an additional expense or even potentially looking for ways to save money that we have already allocated are things that I'm interested in. Other comments? I believe I saw Councilmember Wright and then Councilmember Siemens and then Councilmember Robinson.
I have questions on both items, so I'll start with the air conditioning. What happens if we choose not to do anything? Because now there's sort of these temporary air handling units up there. What would happen if we did that?
Those have essentially been stopgap measures. You know, I don't, obviously my office is not in that space. I think I can speak safely for the staff, and one of them is here this evening, that they really don't do that good a job, particularly when we're experiencing very, very hot weather. Quite frankly, the staff is extremely uncomfortable. Alana's nodding. And so it is something that we feel strongly needs to be done this fiscal year, just to make sure that by the time the summer months roll around, that we're in a position to provide the staff with suitable office conditions.
And is the equipment that will be purchased, is it the most energy efficient equipment we could possibly purchase?
I'm sure that is something that the Public Works Director looks very closely at, but she will be here next week and can probably respond in a little bit more detail than I can about the equipment that she is proposing to be acquired.
Okay. And then to the truck, I noticed it not having a great deal of familiarity with recycling trucks, but by the description that it's a rear-loading packing truck. I wonder if this might provide an opportunity for us in one of our recycling areas. Right now, when people are recycling paper, they're basically tying it up or putting it in paper bags, and there's been a request by many of my constituents for us to get the blue bins like the county has. I think the reason we haven't done that is because with the side-loading trucks and the nature of how the paper then goes in, it can potentially blow around or end up out on the street. And I wonder if with this rear-loading packing truck, it actually might facilitate us using the blue bins and make the workers more productive. Because what I frequently also see now is it rains, the paper bag's wet, the paper bag tears, then the worker's spending all this time to pick the paper up off the ground. So I wonder if the blue bins with this new truck might actually be more efficient.
I'll ask Darrell to become prepared next week to address that question.
Great, thanks so much.
Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you. I guess first question is regarding the air handlers and the air conditioning system. I know this is an outgrowth of the community center project, and I wondered if there is value in still accounting this as part of the community center project itself, or if that's now a done issue.
I would say that the contractor installed what was called for, so I don't think there's any issue that the contractor did not do what they were supposed to do.
I was thinking from just the we were trying to track the community center costs.
Right. I guess it's kind of half a dozen of one or the other. I mean, obviously the space has been renovated. I don't think we really know exactly what is causing the issue. I believe, and Darrell can certainly speak to this more next week, but I believe that what is being purchased is probably more units than existed to begin with. So is it a replacement of older, less efficient equipment? Is it a function of, increased use of that space? Obviously, there's a lot more bodies there. So I'm not sure, Councilmember Siemens, I'm not trying to evade
I guess my question is maybe not clear. What I'm saying is we started having problems in that area as soon as we opened the community center. And I was asking more, not whether it was related to the community center, but if there was value in tracking it as part of the community center cost.
I think if your question is should it be charged to the community center fund, I think it's a little bit hazy from my perspective. I think certainly we could do that. I think to date we have primarily used the community center fund to track the actual contractor costs for phases 1 and 2, which this is not, and for any kind of associated design or legal fees. So it wouldn't quite fit with what we've done to date.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but it would represent a kind of a departure from how we've accounted for things.
All right. And then I would just like to say that I agree entirely with the Mayor's suggestion that we should be re-looking at our expenditures, reviewing those things we've already committed to in the budget, and looking at any large expenditures that we're making decisions on from here forward until we get a better feel of how this economy is going to go. I think we should always be looking closely at our expenditures, obviously, but I think we need to err on the side of frugality until we get a better sense of how things are going. I'm interested to hear back next week, or when this comes back before us, the city manager's view of whether there are lower priced alternatives that would meet our needs, maybe in a lesser way, but something that would be more appropriate given the economy now.
Are you speaking strictly about the trash truck, Councilmember Siemens, in terms of lower cost?
Yes, or even the, I think you already talked some about the air handlers, but, I would just like you to rethink that, and I don't have an opinion at this point, but I want to make sure that we are looking at things in a much more frugal way in the near term.
Yeah, I think as a staff we try to be very cost conscious. I think with the air handling system, quite frankly, we tried a number of things, I think, in terms of trying to adjust controls and things like that, and I think actually went through a fairly long period of trying to make those kind of minor adjustments with the hope that it would provide suitable office conditions, I think much to the chagrin of those who actually reside in the area. They went through probably 2 very hot summers as a result, I think, which is why we went to recommending that we hire an engineering firm. So I think in that instance, I think I feel pretty comfortable that we've tried everything that was lower cost to no avail.
Okay.
I think in terms of the trash truck, I think that's one of the things in talking to Darrell. I had already started working on this amendment, and she still wanted to do some review internally, so I think there is a chance that a lower amount may need to be allocated, but I'm kind of looking for her for some technical expertise. But I did want to mention the fact that number could go downward. We'll just have to wait and see. If it would be helpful, and this is a little kind of off the subject, but obviously both the Mayor and Councilmember Siemens mentioned kind of larger expenditures, which typically fall within the capital realm. If the Council would like, I could certainly, maybe not by next week, but just give you a report of where we are with those items that are in the CIP and which have been purchased and which have not been, if that would be helpful for the Council.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we'll do that.
And if I can just make a quick comment on Councilmember Siemens' thoughts about tracking the cost of the air conditioning in the community center fund. I'd like to request that even if it doesn't seem the right way to go to kind of transfer it into that fund, that if there's some mechanism whereby we can essentially put an asterisk in the financial history so that somebody looking at it years from now when the individuals have changed, wanting to know what the community center costs, that there's a way to track it over and say, oh, by the way, you could assign this to the cost.
Sure, we can do that.
Councilmember Robinson.
Is there any resale value for the old trash or recycling truck?
That's something that I know the Public Works staff has looked at. I can't remember what the exact dollar amount that Darrell gave me, but it's practically nil, quite frankly. I think because
even with all that fancy stuff on the side?
Nobody wants those.
I think, as the mayor had indicated, it's sort of known as being a lemon, and not surprisingly, there's not too many takers. Like I said, we do have a dollar amount, but I was kind of shocked at how little it was, given what we had paid for the truck.
No Eastern Bloc country wants it to like modify in any way?
Not that we know of.
Okay.
There might be somebody locally who wants something that can kind of raise them up and go like a bird through the streets and knock down branches and wires.
The general contingency account, is that what you said is in our charter, it has a 0.5%?
Yeah, it's a 0.5% of budget revenues. Oh, I'm sorry, 0.5 of 1%.
Of budgeted revenues?
Right.
So if we have a $20-some million budget, 1% would be $240,000, or would it be 20?
No, it's much less than that. It's about 97,000.
Okay, so 1% would be 240, and then half would be 120. So that's what kind of scale we're talking about.
Yeah, and it's, well, and remember, it's just general fund revenue, so it's not going to take into account stormwater or special revenue fund or anything like that.
I see.
So it's right about 97,000, I recall.
I think that some of the problem with the cooling up there has to do with downsizing the existing unit. In other words, it was built for a larger size, and then there's less room to cool, so it turns on far less. It's not an efficient use of the existing equipment, and of course, I wasn't here when the municipal building was redone, so it's easy to take pot shots. But this seems like an example of something that I went through in building a small office building, and that is to getting the engineers and the architects to talk nice to each other. And architects can come up with great, lovely plans, and then the engineers pick them apart and realize they're not efficient, or they just plain don't work. And as far as energy goes, the three biggest energy uses in our city are street lights and the municipal center, and I think vehicle use of fuel for vehicles. So those are the three, as far as the energy efficiency goes, those are the three things we ought to be looking at. And as just by rule of thumb, the Public Works Director, Braithwaite, and I have been talking a little bit about this, and the municipal building uses almost as much as all the street lights in town on average in the course of a year. So we need to kind of think about that. I fully support getting our staff cool. And I mean, they're cool already, but really like temperature type cool. And I also wonder if we have temperature standards in the building. I mean, is it, it should be at least a certain temperature in the winter, a certain minimum temperature in the winter, and a certain maximum temperature in the summer. Do we have those kind of standards?
There are basically defaults in the system. I apologize, I don't know what those are, but we can certainly get that information for you.
Not that we need to know, just a kind of a quality of life thing. So I support both of these. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Okay. Did we introduce this one? So would somebody like to?
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Wright, seconded by Councilmember Robinson. Any further comments? Any public comments?
Yes, I just got a quick comment. This is Mr. Pat Lovelace, Tacoma Park. I just want to say, with the way the economy is going, we should try to set a policy of make do with what we got when we can, protect our budget from waste and loss, because we don't know how long this downturn is going to get. Maybe it might even rival the Great Depression of the 20s and 30s. So we got to prepare ourselves for that. And also we got to do the same thing with our own budgets. We got to conserve them too. And that also means tomorrow voting no on them slot machines, because they're going to be a real threat to us in the upcoming economic crisis. We don't need slot machines to further disable us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Okay, then, this is a first reading. We can just have a voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. We'll now move to the consent agenda. We have 5 items on the consent agenda. A single reading ordinance awarding a contract for Useful Computer Center, computer software and support, resolution providing for appointments to the Committee on the Environment, the Ethics Commission, the Noise Control Board, and the Public Safety Citizens Advisory Committee. Somebody like to introduce the consent agenda?
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Wright, seconded by Councilmember Barry. We'll need a roll call vote since we have a single reading ordinance. Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Williams.
Aye.
Councilmember Barry.
Aye.
Councilmember Clay. Councilmember Robinson.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevens.
Aye.
Councilmember Snipper.
Aye.
Councilmember Wright.
Aye.
Okay, the consent agenda passes unanimously. We will now take a short break, and we will be back in 10 minutes for our work session item on the Purple Line.
somebody's cell phone's going off? Sometimes it might sound louder than the ring.
Yes.
Doug, you can call us to order? I'll call to order.
Thanks very much. I'm Suzanne Ludlow, and I'm here with Alana Blanchard, and we're going to do a briefing on the Purple Line and get ready for next week's consideration of a resolution of the City Council's position on the Purple Line. I have put off doing a real presentation on the Purple Line for several years because knowing that there was always more to come and changes to come. But it's clearly the time to go through it and make sure that, especially with council members that weren't here when the process started, that everybody can come to consensus on a position for the City Council of Tacoma Park. Go ahead. In the mid to late 80s, there were discussions about what to do with the Georgetown branch rail line that had been abandoned, and the Montgomery County agreed to purchase it and wanted to make it into a transit line and trail. Next. One of the things that at about the same time, but it took a little bit, there was discussions about what to do with the congestion on the Beltway. And the state of Maryland, the Maryland Transit Administration and the State Highway Administration jointly worked on an alternatives to the Beltway study that was begun in 1996. And I remember in 1999 coming to an open house about what were a variety of alternatives. There were easel boards set up like their normal open houses. And I had person after person stopping me, engineers from the state, asking if I was a person from Tacoma Park, because they were all these road engineers. You know, they're looking at hot lanes and a variety of options on the Beltway. And what they had discovered is that there was demand for a light rail line in this area, an east to west Montgomery County, Prince George's County line. And they were floored. And they wanted to, when they looked at those options for a light rail line, there were routes all the way across from Bethesda to New Carrollton with one problem. East Silver Spring and Tacoma Park didn't have a clear route. And they wanted to know, would the people of Tacoma Park support light rail through their community? Because that could stop the project. And they saw enormous demands for that. And I hadn't paid attention to this study up until that point, but I came back to the council and I said, folks, they want to know, do they want light rail through Tacoma Park? And so we began looking at it, and I have to say there were some ridiculous options for a light rail line through Tacoma Park. If you look through the resolutions that are in your packet that have been passed in the starting in year 2000, there were a number of positions that the council said, don't use this route, don't use this route, don't use this route, and urging University Boulevard as the better route in the Tacoma Park area for an east-west line. Okay. Go ahead, next. Next one. This is what is currently being discussed as the options on the Purple Line route. And the Purple Line could be either light rail or bus rapid transit. With those options, there could be different routes. Clearly, buses could go on roads, whereas rail lines are different. And that's why there's a couple places where you see some thoughts about some different routes. The ones that I think most pertain to us have to do from the Silver Spring Transit Center to the Tacoma Langley Transit Center. And there's some discussions of two main routes through East Silver Spring. One is along Wayne Avenue, and then over to RLS and Piney Branch and University. The other goes
behind houses on Thayer Avenue and kind of winds through those communities. And the City of Tacoma Park Council has not taken a position in the past about which routes in the East Silver Spring area would make sense. And generally, you have made statements about trying to take the route that is least disturbing to residences while continuing to have a strong purple line. So next one, please. There are several project goals. I'm sure you understand, to increase mobility, improve transit operation efficiencies. Major one for us has been to enhance environmental quality and help air quality standards. One of the things is also to reinvest in already built areas to help revitalize our commercial districts, and then for our residents, have transportation. One of the things that wasn't on the list, but just I think most of you know, is that the Purple Line would connect a number of metro rail lines. 2 ends of the Red Line, the Green Line, the Orange Line, plus the MARC lines. Right now, the Maryland Transit Administration is nearing the end of its study period on the Purple Line, and it has now put out the alternatives analysis and draft environmental impact statement, and it is preparing these things to see, to get the information that's required to submit to the Federal Transit Administration for federal funding. What the MTA needs to provide besides those 2 documents, the alternatives analysis and the draft environmental impact statement, also is a funding plan. The alternatives that were studied, a no-build alternative is always required as part of a DEIS. This is basically just as it is. A transportation systems management plan, which is every kind of tweaking that you can do to current buses, giving them priority through lights, giving them special lanes, whatever. It can often cost millions of dollars, but it's without doing the transit line, every other kind of improvement you can do. And then they looked at bus rapid transit and light rail transit at a low investment, medium investment, and high investment level for each. The alternatives analysis looks at those routes. They look at ridership projections, and they've done an awful lot of work recently on that. And they look at the cost effectiveness of each alternative, because that's an important criteria for federal funding. The draft environmental impact statement looks at the environmental impact of each. The no-build option evaluates what this area would be like in the year 2030. And all of the projections for all of the alternatives are based on the year 2030. I realized we had transposed that. Transportation system management. And as I said, it could still cost millions of dollars to do that. When they looked at what could be done along University Boulevard with a transportation system management, they basically said you keep the buses on the lanes, you might have signal priority, and there might be some places where they could pass on the right. When they went through bus rapid transit options, the vehicles for bus rapid transit look similar to a single rail car, but they have tires. They usually have the low floor with several doors for easy access. You pay before you get on. It can operate either in exclusive lanes or it can use regular streets. And they have a variety of environmentally good options for fueling. And here's what one might look like. And they have a picture here of University Boulevard with dedicated bus lanes. And I say in a subsequent slide, one of the things that they use is a phrase, dedicated bus lane. This does not mean that it's exclusive. It means it's mixed with regular city buses. So you've still got the congestion of having to go around buses at a bus stop in those lanes. Next. Yes, it's like the right lanes of Coastal Highway. It might have that diamond indicator in the lane. Turning traffic, other, sometimes bicycles, varieties of things. And then for the people who don't know what it means, they get in that lane and they mess up the system. The light rail transit can either be a single-car vehicle or it can be a short train. It also has the low floor, multiple doors for easy access. It can operate in a shared lane so that the cars can be mixed in the lane with the light rail vehicle, or it can be on an exclusive right-of-way. And generally, the ones are powered by electricity using overhead wires. And it's a little blurry, but here's what a light rail vehicle could look like. On a dedicated track, one of the things that you can have is grass tracks. If you do not need to have other vehicles going in the lane where the light rail vehicle is, it can look like a median and have some environmentally good effects by being grass. For each, the bus rapid transit and the light rail line, they looked at low, medium, and high investment, and makes some sense. The more capital-intensive items, the higher investment it is. Although there are differing levels of operating costs, and sometimes that's something, if you want to get into the details, there's quite a lot of information on the operating costs for each option. Most alignments of the Purple Line run along existing roads. Some of the medium and high investment options have tunnels or bridges in certain segments. And this is what I meant to refer to a few moments ago. A shared lane means that the transit vehicle is in a lane with all other vehicles. A dedicated lane means those kind of dedicated with the diamonds that it's for transit vehicles, but it need not be just for the bus rapid transit or the light rail vehicle. An exclusive lane is not shared. For the bus rapid transit options on University Boulevard, in a low investment option, it's just in the traffic with everybody else. In a medium option, it's in dedicated lanes shared with other buses in the right side of each direction. High level is a similar version, but there is an aerial structure that would cross the intersection at New Hampshire Avenue. And here's a rendering of the Tacoma Langley Crossroads Transit Station with the buses just along University Boulevard alongside it. For the light rail transit options on University Boulevard, for low, it's travel in shared lanes. For medium, there would be dedicated lanes in the median of University Boulevard. And this segment could have grass tracks and continue a median impression of appearance of the boulevard. For a high investment option, it would also have an aerial bridge over in New Hampshire Avenue. And here's a picture with the train in the middle of University Boulevard. And the next picture is an aerial one where you'd have to cross over with a bridge and then go down into the transit station and down to the lower level to get on the buses. This is the point where the MTA has prepared the alternatives analysis and draft environmental impact statement. I have one of these big books of that document here. It's online. It's on CDs for people who want to look through it. And the Maryland Transit Administration wants the public to comment on the information included in the document. The City of Tacoma Park is planning on testifying at the hearing on Saturday, November 22nd, which is at the Tacoma Park campus of Montgomery College. Today was the day to sign up for that, and the mayor is signed up. There's an opportunity for other people who show up, even if you haven't signed up in advance, to simply go and have an opportunity to also speak, but certainly to submit information there, kind of not in front of the other people. City staff has been involved in the Purple Line and in the Tacoma-Langley sector plan for a long time. And as we've gone through this and we've heard the kinds of options that are available and how it works best in Tacoma Park, we've come up with some recommendations that we'd like you to consider. We believe that the light rail system makes more sense than the bus rapid transit. One of the major advantages of light rail is that you're not in just a single car. You can have trains of it, so the capacity is greater. We believe that it best works at grade through Tacoma Park for economic development reasons. We believe it should be in the University Boulevard median with grass along the tracks. We support at the MTA's suggestion of stops near Arliss and Piney Branch and University in New Hampshire, and at Riggs Road. And we'd like to improve the pedestrian experience. And I'd like to take just a moment and have Ilana speak a little bit to what what our recommendations are and why for economic development.
Thank you. I've just selected a few slides that show the future alignment, just to let you know what impact light rail would have. Both light rail and a dedicated lane for bus rapid transit would require the addition of 20 feet to the right-of-way, minimum. There would be additional land that would be needed both for sufficient sidewalks, since some areas don't have the minimum required sidewalks. We've also, during the course of the Tacoma-Langley sector plan outreach process, identified additional right-of-way that might be beneficial both for economic development reasons, and also for pedestrian safety reasons. We also feel that these additional amenities, sidewalk amenities, would assist with building ridership and the use of transit through our area. So this slide shows the future proposed stop, and these stops are actually conceptual. They're not finalized, and they could slide back and forth, although they're more or less in the general vicinity that they would be in a final engineered plan where this proposed plan to be funded. So this shows the option for our recommended option, which is medium investment light rail, and where the stop would be located on Arliss Street, and that would be right at Piney Branch. As you can see, it's a block from the city at Flower Avenue and Piney Branch. There would be some impact on adjacent properties. Some of these properties do have intentions to redevelop. If there is a property, and I believe there's only one within the area of the city where it would actually affect a building, and in that case, State Highway would purchase the whole property because of the impacts. But in this section, that would not occur. There is not necessarily sufficient right-of-way, but the impact on there wouldn't be an adverse impact on the functionality of a building. So there might be an impact on parking. There might be an impact on street trees. There might be an impact on the sidewalk, so the sidewalk might move in. So what this slide shows is the area along the edges where State Highway might actually have what's called a limited area of disturbance. I'm sorry, limited LOD, limited, yeah, limits of disturbance, thank you, which would enable them to build out the roadway and mitigate any impacts due to slope. So they might have to build out further in order to address grades and so forth. So it may not be the actual amount of property that they would have to purchase from the property owner, but the amount of land that would be needed in order to successfully construct the project. Yeah.
Yes, what it would do is it goes, actually it kind of cuts the corner. If you're coming, if you take the Wayne Avenue route, You would go on Wayne Avenue, you cross Sligo Creek, and as you cross Sligo Creek, you have a very steep grade. That is not something that the equipment can go up. So it would go into a tunnel, and the tunnel actually comes out right about at Arliss Street. If the option would be to go on behind the properties on Thayer, it would come up Piney Branch, and so it would not be on Arliss. It would be the stop would be on Piney Branch.
Would it come? I'm sorry. Would it go right across Piney Branch at Flower?
Yes. This slide shows the potential impact at the New Hampshire Avenue and University Boulevard intersection. It currently shows it actually doesn't even show, I believe, what's existing. I think they developed this before the completion of the current roadway improvements. So it shows one turning lane. I believe there's now 2 turning lanes and 3 through lanes going eastbound, and I believe it's the same going westbound on University Boulevard. So the number of lanes is actually greater than what's shown. What the addition of the stop at this intersection would do is push the width of University Boulevard further into Tacoma Park because of the development of the transit center on the Prince George's County side is it's already fairly constrained, and they've pretty much put as much onto that property as they can. The sidewalk widths are the absolute minimum. The bus lanes are the minimum. The waiting platforms are the minimum. So they can't really constrain that site any further and still have it function as a transit center. So what this does is it expands the width of University Boulevard onto private property in Tacoma Park. Now, this intersection has been looked at by the Tacoma-Langley Sector Plan, and one of the things that was proposed and vetted by various agencies as one of the ways to make the area more pedestrian-friendly. Several options were on the table. It was narrowed down to one option, and that option is to require a right turn, and as opposed to allowing left turns at this intersection. I mean, you would still be allowed to make left turns at other areas, but because of the large volumes of left turns and because of the fact that it adds so many turning lanes at this intersection, it would minimize the width and the crossing distance close to the transit stop and to this intersection where a lot of people are crossing and disperse much of the turning traffic throughout the whole 4 quadrants. This does have some commercial benefits in that it would create additional 100% corners on other properties because you would be turning right around them. It does mean that the properties right at the intersection do not have necessarily the same amount of traffic going by. But this is the only intersection in this area that's being looked at where left turns would be prohibited, mainly due to the importance of pedestrians being able to cross the road at this area. However, that's, yeah.
Let me just clarify. The right turn gets confusing to many people. It's it's kind of an at-grade butterfly intersection. You would go through the intersection. If you wanted to go north on New Hampshire and then west on University, you would continue north across New Hampshire, then you would go right around regular community streets, and then you would go back right on University so that you were going westbound. Yes, but that has ramps and things. This is at grade. This is just regular going for regular streets. So this is something that minimizes the amount of congestion right at the intersection and just has through traffic in each direction. The 2 advantages, as Ilana has said, is that it minimizes the roadway width, so it's easier to cross for pedestrians, but it also reduces the amount of land taken from the shopping centers so that as they get redeveloped, they have more to work with. The city boundary is generally considered to be down the median of University at this section. That may or may not be the case, but that's the general consideration. It would not change based on this. It certainly is something that as we go forward, if it makes sense to propose one way or the other, we can look at that. But it really doesn't make any difference in terms of how we operate, because we operate jointly with the surrounding police departments pretty well.
I was thinking about how it can affect, say, New Hampshire Avenue farther down toward Eastern, where the boundary is not in the middle of the median, but is the edge of the curb or the edge of the sidewalk, and that affects what we do in the city, what we have some say in, as opposed to all the streets.
We would have to look exactly where the city line would go. But this property would be state of Maryland property, so it would be like working with any other state highway land in terms of what we could do. I will say that even though our understanding is that the line goes down the median of University, at times the city has paid for things over that line, and other times Prince George's County has paid for things in Tacoma Park, because we've tried to work together and we want it to function as a single intersection. So,
And it doesn't affect police enforcement on either direction.
no, it does not. It would not affect that. It would not affect police enforcement.
A final thing to consider regarding the expansion of the right-of-way, certainly no one disagrees that that any development of transit options along University Boulevard would be beneficial to the property owners. Not everyone remembers that all the time, but there are ways that we can work to make sure that it's generally beneficial to everyone. And so a few things, different things have been discussed about, making sure that density isn't lost with when properties are providing area for improvements and so forth. Right. For example, in other areas, sometimes rather than actually signing over the property, an easement is provided so that the total area, land area, remains part of the density calculation for that property.
In that map, that's the at-grade option. What you showed us a above ground option.
Right.
Is the station basically sitting on top of the line across Crossroads Transit Center, walk downstairs, or just so the walk down to go across the street?
You would, in the high investment option, where it would not be at grade but would be above grade, anyone who wanted to use the transit would have to climb upstairs to access the transit stop, and then would have to go downstairs if they were making a transfer to the bus transit.
They also have to come across the
Yes. The light rail is in the center of University Boulevard. That has some advantages because it does preserve the outer lane for parking. Whereas, and I think one of the reasons that buses are on the outer lane is because that's how buses are developed. That's where doors are on buses and why they can't be in the center lane. The light rail also hopefully will go faster than other vehicles.
Yes, I mean, there are some options. The biggest difference between the bus rapid transit and the light rail vehicles is that you can have more cars on a light rail vehicle, and the capacity, the demand for transit in this area has come in really high. So I would urge going for a higher capacity vehicle. In this particular... Right. The other argument is that people are reluctant to ride buses. They're more comfortable with Metro Rail. There's also a psychological sense that if you have a light rail station, it's more permanent than a bus station. And when you have a light rail station, it can help spur economic development around the station for that same reason. Let's go ahead. Oh. That's right. And one of the things, though, is that there would be crosswalks. It's not shown on here, but there's crosswalks right behind the train or the station, and then at the intersection with New Hampshire. The timing of those things would help the pedestrians getting across the road in terms of the signalization. Nevertheless, yes, it's going to be crossing the road. And so whether or not you're on an elevated platform and you come down on an escalator or stairs at grade and then cross the road, or you're already there, you have that. You do have that aspect. One of the things that we have worked with MTA on is the concept of the transit station, the bus transit center, so that once you get there, you have lots of options about switching from different buses without having to go across the roads. In reviewing the various options, we found that the medium investment light rail version alternative has few negative impacts while offering many benefits. One of the things that is interesting is that there's little or no noise or smell, certainly within the segment that is closest to Tacoma Park. The light rail vehicles are designed to have skirts on them, so there's almost no noise. Only at one of the maintenance facilities will they have to build a noise wall where there's a very sharp turn for the vehicles. However, if there is the bus rapid transit option, that does have more noise going through the neighborhoods. The routes that the state has looked at have very small impact to parks, streams, residents, or historic properties. In fact, I think it is absolutely amazing how few homes or properties are affected on the full length of the road. I think the most they're talking is 12 properties for the length of this route. And given the density in our community, that really is quite remarkable. Yes.
How about the overhead wires on
The overhead wires on the light rail have a visual impact, and that's something that you will see. Is there a noise issue with that? The poles in the center of the street. Right, it's like a T thing that goes out. Obviously, one reason for putting in a transit line is that hopefully there's reduced emissions from cars, and even from having as many buses as we have. One of the things that I find fascinating, and Ruben, you may have this feeling as well, the concept that they feel they wouldn't need to run the Route 15 bus anymore is just remarkable. It goes, I think, every 5 minutes past my house, and but it would follow the route that the Purple Line takes. This alternative has a less visual impact than the high investment options. One of the things that wasn't mentioned about the elevated option over New Hampshire Avenue is the divisive nature of having a wall that really divides that commercial district and neighborhood, and we feel that would be harmful to the community. Ilana mentioned that the medium investment light rail option preserves the option of on-street parking. Because this would not use the right-hand lanes on University Boulevard for off-peak times where there is some parking, or even now where there's sometimes some side roads that could be used for some on-street parking to help support the businesses in the community in that area. Allows for grass tracks, which we think would be a very positive thing in this area. Light rail also has much higher projected ridership, and the demand numbers really are remarkable. When the engineers come back at each of the project team meetings, and they're just more excited than ever. It's very interesting to watch them, because as they've refined the numbers, it's been really very strong. And the medium investment light rail reduces travel time, and that's something that we look forward to. We just have this map to kind of show the communities that the Purple Line would go through. One of the things that you do when you're doing a draft environmental impact statement is you also see if this unfairly hurts lower income or otherwise disadvantaged communities, and they found that it would help the various communities. MTA will need to put forward what they want and what they will say about their portion of funding. The state is asking that the federal government pay 50% of the cost of the project. And the state is planning on submitting, or has been talking about submitting, 3 projects at once to the Federal Transit Administration. The Purple Line, the Corridor Cities Transit Way, which goes essentially up to, kind of parallels 270 north, and the Baltimore Red Line. It's my feeling that the state probably doesn't have enough money or clout to get all of these approved through the Federal Transit Administration at the same time. Clearly, the state has financial issues, and these are big projects, each and every one of them. Our recommendation as staff is to pursue the Purple Line now. Don't put it off. Pursue it as a light rail system, because we have very strong economic and transit needs now in our corridor. We recommend continuing planning and pursuing acquisition for the Corridor Cities Transit Way, but the demand is not there right now for the CCT. And we're not taking a position on the Baltimore Red Line. The Maryland Transit Administration is holding public hearings on Saturday, November 15th, Tuesday, November 18th, Wednesday, November 19th, and Saturday, November 22nd. And there's many other ways to also submit comments. To get more information on the Purple Line, you can go to purplelinemd.com. You can send your public comments to the Purple Line at mtamaryland.com. If you've got questions, I give him Mike Madden's phone number. He probably goes crazy, but he's the project manager for the Purple Line, and he is very helpful. The document, the alternatives analysis and draft environmental impact statement is on reserve at the Tacoma Park Library, as well as other places. We also have 2 copies of it here at the staff level that we're happy to share with anybody who's interested. The next steps are to, besides the public hearings, the Montgomery County Planning Board will have a work session on January 8th. The County Council's Transportation and Environment, and I think there's a couple more E's and stuff in that committee name, but the T&E Committee will have a discussion on January 22nd. The full County Council of Montgomery County will essentially give its position on January 27th, which will end up in a letter to the state. And the Maryland Secretary of Transportation, Mr. Procari, makes his decision in spring of 2009. Also, one thing I didn't include in here is that the Maryland Department of Planning has asked for a formal response from the City of Tacoma Park on the Purple Line. And so I would anticipate that we would respond with a resolution copied to them. If there's a decision by the Secretary of Transportation to proceed with the Purple Line, they would submit it to the Federal Transit Administration in the spring. They have to do the engineering and the final environmental impact statement in spring of 2010. Final design in summer 2011, begin construction 2012, and I've heard it's 3 to 5 years of construction. And There certainly has been talks about phasing or some other things. At this point, we feel that the full line has a lot of merit, and we would hope that Secretary Porcari would support that. And we also are available to answer questions. Ilana and I have lots of background information on the Purple Line and on the Tacoma Langley Sector Plan, and can answer any questions that you have. We also have in the packet tonight a draft resolution for consideration for next week, and perhaps we can move, unless there's something else you want to see here, and go over that draft resolution or any other comments or suggestions that you might have.
Can I just ask a question? Because we lumped into this with the form of the sector plan, because this is also simultaneously going through Prince George County planning process. Is there any issue with the lack of those processes in the Purple Line actually taking place in the plan?
With the state of Maryland is running the show on the schedule for the Purple Line. The Prince George's County government has already taken its position on the Purple Line, and they've been pretty strong for light rail, and the route that, especially in this area, that they support is the one that is shown on these plans. The staff from Prince George's County would like us to share our comments with them as well, so that we can continue to be consistent. But despite the fact that there's these little breakdowns in the schedule and the sector plan between the two counties, internally the staff is pretty much on board and having lots of conversations. So I don't foresee a problem with that. Is there something else about that? No, we're trying to be very careful. You know, Prince George's County is concerned about a couple things. They're concerned about not having the full length of the Purple Line built, and in fact they would like it extended and be in a position to continue east and south. And so they've been lobbying for that. But in this area, I think we've all been pretty much on board, and they agree with the light rail and at-grade system in the Tacoma Langley area. Thank you very much. Mention one other aspect, and Mayor Williams and Councilor Wright may want to expound on this a bit. But there has been some concern with the county council members in Montgomery County that the county executive may be urging going for the bus rapid transit version of the Purple Line, at least at the beginning, as a way to allow for a smaller capital outlay at the beginning, so that the Corridor Cities Transit Way also could be funded in the near term. County council members have been pretty strong for a long time that they prefer light rail system. So I know there's some concern about that. I understand that was brought up at a meeting that you attended with Councilmember Urban, and maybe you wish to mention that?
It was, my sense was that that everybody at the county level was moving forward with light rail. Then there was some concern with the county executive possibly moving toward bus rapid transit, and part of that centered around if people were going to be considering the system that Councilmember Elrich talked about when he was here a couple of weeks ago, in terms of a larger more coordinated bus system, how the Purple Line would fit into that, and whether this would kind of get more of that, if they decided to pursue that system, whether it would enable more of that to come online sooner if there were less costs on the Purple Line. My sense was that a number of people who have been pushing all along for light rail still want to go that route. I think the county executive and the county council are probably in the process of going through that decision-making process and that discussion currently, and probably to a greater extent than any of them anticipated not too long ago.
I guess there's two pieces of kind of reactions to that I have at the staff level, and that is that as we've gone through the impact on the segment that affects Tacoma Park, it works best, especially on University Boulevard, to have the line in the middle of University Boulevard, and it's much nicer to have it as an exclusive lane so you can have the grass tracks rather than have just lots of pavement. So for economic development reasons and aesthetic reasons, as well as the capacity of having, we're in the highest dense portion of this line. This is where people will be coming. Making sure that we have enough capacity to handle our riders, the riders that are going through, and those from our community are really important.
And one of the points that was made by Councilmember Irvin was that because of that high density and high use, that light rail makes much more sense because, as you said, you can make multi-car trains.
Correct.
If it's bus rapid transit, it's essentially individual buses, and it's the capacity, if you were to have a 3-car train every 10 minutes, to get the equivalent in the bus rapid transit, you would have to have 3 buses in that same 10-minute period. You would get all of the noise and the various issues that go with that to a much greater extent through the neighborhoods, with not really, you would probably get less rapid service with more problems with that configuration. And let me just start off by pointing out to my colleagues that one of the consistencies that I noticed among all of the resolutions going back to 2000, with all of the various city council resolutions, was that they always envisioned light rail alignment, and that it has made sense from the beginning to us that that would be the right way to go, and it would be consistent on our part to say that now. And as I read through the draft resolution, I liked the options that staff recommended. Are there comments or questions? Councilmember Wright and by Councilmember Snipper.
I remember when we got a presentation, I think it was Mike Madden who did the presentation for the Montgomery County senators and delegates.
That's right.
One of the things that was pointed out very clearly was that even bus rapid transit doesn't increase the time that it would take to traverse from Tacoma Park over to Bethesda significantly like light rail does. Like the light rail options are significant improvements in time.
That's right.
And I think, if I remember correctly, also that it's really, once you get to Silver Spring, it starts to speed up because the bus rapid transit from Silver Spring would be more dedicated than it is kind of in the from College Park and New Carrollton. But even from Tacoma to Silver Spring is pretty slow with the bus rapid transit. So I think that could be, and maybe that's in the resolution. I didn't read it word for word. That seems like a real way that our residents would be impacted.
Right. If the bus rapid transit in Bethesda used the Georgetown branch right-of-way, it moves it moves quickly.
Right.
But we'll look and see if we can come up with a phrase that references that, because you're right,
Yeah.
that is an important aspect.
I mean, it was really interesting because they had the numbers for the 4 different scenarios, kind of as is, with transportation system management,
Right.
light rail, bus rapid transit, and then they had it for the different segments of the trips. And I remember the Tacoma Langley to Silver Spring, I was surprised how much time it took. Then when you got to Silver Spring, it was like much more rapid. And so it didn't seem like a real advantage to me, if you're actually into Tacoma Langley, to be taking bus rapid transit versus the current bus system, because it just wasn't that much faster.
Right, and I think that that's one of the major aspects of this. Right now, traffic is congested in our segment, and more buses in that isn't going to speed it up. They tried the J4, it's still there, but it's still stuck in the same traffic. And
I mean, if you want to get people out of their cars, you have to provide something that's going to get them.
That's attractive for them.
That's attractive and is going to get them there more quickly.
And I'll recognize Councilmember Snipper after apologizing for always looking left first.
It's okay.
I've been a lefty all my life.
And when I was over there, I appreciated it. So. One quick note, I noticed that then council member of Tacoma Park, Elrich, is introduced most of these. And I know he's been leaning lately towards more bus stuff. Maybe we should remind him that this is a flip-flop on his part. And
No, I don't think he
He's actually looking at those elsewhere.
I know, he is. I know, I'm just trying
Yes.
to pull his chain if he's listening. Well, as you indicated earlier, I'm on the executive board of the Purple Line Now, little plug. If you want to donate, please do. They've been very active, and I hope I live to see the day when this thing goes through and I get to ride on it, because I've been a transportation user basically my whole life. So
You get to use it in retirement.
use it in retirement. Don't rub it in.
I guess that's a very pessimistic perspective on the Purple Line and not a comment on Councilmember Snipper's age.
I know Councilmember Snipper's age.
Yeah, well, we won't go there either. I too think that we should try to make this as strong as possible, and so including the improvements in transit time would be a great addition, because I think that the only way to get folks, when I talk to my neighbors, a lot of them are transit riders. When they talk about it, they want it as fast or faster than their cars, because that's a really big, important factor here. And I'm very glad that staff is supportive of the close to Flower and Piney Branch intersection, the Arliss little segment there, because I think that's really key to developing that part of Montgomery County and Tacoma Park. I think it will really be a terrific addition over there if we had it, particularly if they do the tunnel, the tunnel option.
Right. One of the things that, if you look through the history of the City Council's positions, when this first came, there wasn't a Long Branch stop on the Purple Line, and we advocated very strongly for a Long Branch stop. And so I think Tacoma Park should take a little credit for getting it, because we did push very hard for that. If there is the tunnel approach, if it goes Wayne Avenue and then goes into the tunnel, there would be a stop at the entrance of the tunnel at Manchester Road and Wayne, and then at the top of the hill then at Arliss. That actually works pretty well for the riders in that area. But one of the things that we had been advocating for a long time was revitalization of the commercial district at Flower and Piney Branch, of which one corner is in Tacoma Park. So we good.
Looking to provide equal rights and recognition on this side. Is there anybody else over here with any comments or questions? Councilmember Robbins.
I'll just say thanks for the preparation, and I think I'm with you on the recommendations that you have there with a light rail, medium build, and the grass in between sounds great.
Yeah.
Bruce. I'm still looking right.
The one other thing I remember from Mike Madden's presentation is that the way the federal government looks at this is a particular ratio. And it has something to do with like number of people transported per minute divided by cost or something like that. And that it has to meet a certain threshold, and they really look favorably on projects that do better than the threshold. And I can't remember the breakdown, but I think also, again, sort of the lower investment, meaning the non-bridge over New Hampshire Avenue, was one of the highest scoring, if not the highest scoring. So we should look back at that, because that would probably be good to include in the whereas, because it sort of fuels what they need to get that money from the.
According to their report, all of the 6 build options would meet the medium category, which the FTA looks at. But it is true that in the high investment bus rapid transit and the high investment light rail transit, you get a significant, it starts to get close to that line because of the high capital costs. So yes, we can mention it. I mean, one of the things that we didn't just recommend medium investment light rail just because it's not as expensive, which could be a good reason. We're hoping to get the thing built. But it also works better in our community to have the at-grade version. So there's both an economic benefit, but also a functional benefit. I'll go through and see if we can't have something that addresses, though, the cost-benefit issue.
I think Councilmember Siemens was saying that we do back in, like when we had trolley cars, before the car companies bought up all the trolley cars which up and down.
Gosh, now he's getting my age. Yeah, I just wondered if it was reasonable for us to ask the FTA to prioritize this project over any others they might be considering.
I don't know that. I'll find out. Certainly, we have consistently expressed that to Congressman Van Hollen, and our interest in the Purple Line and for our win before him. That we wanted this to go forward to the FTA for it to be well considered by the FTA. But I'll look into what it takes to kind of make those comments in an effective way.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, so Suzanne, do you have what you need from us for a finalized resolution for next week?
What I'll do is I'll work with Alana to try to come up with a couple additional whereas clauses to meet these ideas. If any of you has anything else that you'd like to see changed, let's do that by email so that we can have it in next week's agenda packet.
Okay, very good. And before we adjourn, if I can just note that we've had an update on Councilmember Clay, and that I'm not sure whether she's going home tonight or tomorrow, but they have checked her out and found some things that they need to pay a little attention to, but that she's all right and that she will be home at the latest by sometime tomorrow.
That's good news.
And we're adjourned.
Thank you.
Lazy bone, sleeping in the sun. I expect to get your day's work done. You'll never get your day's work done. Lying in the noonday sun. Lazy bones, sleeping in the shade. How you gonna get your cornmeal made? You'll never get your cornmeal made. Lying in a noonday shade. And when the taters need spraying, I bet you keep praying the bugs fall off the vine. And when you go fishing, I bet you keep wishing the fish don't grab at your line. Lazy bone, hoping through the day. I expect to make a dime that way. You'll never make a dime that way. Never hear a word I say. When the taters need spraying, I bet you keep praying the bugs fall off the vine. And when you go fishing, I bet you keep wishing the fish don't grab at your line. Lazy bone, loafing through the day. I expect to make a dime that way. You'll never make a dime that way. Never hear a word I say.
I'm clinging to the label of a bottle on the table. The label that keeps me from falling into the arms of Mabel. So I think I'll take the drink that has the label. Now my hands gripping the cable of the bus that stopped on Sable Avenue, when I saw a figure in the street that looked like Mabel. So I think I'll take my hand grip to the cable, because It's all according to Muriel C. Begonia.
She's halfway there. She goes. She's halfway there. She goes.
Arrow, borrow, sorrow, narrow minds are just a joke. Meet me at the other end of the telescope. She's got a handle on a slap and tickle and lets everybody know. To interview the outer view is always touch and go.
It's all according to Muriel C. Begonia.
The color is always gray under Muriel's sky.
It's all according to Muriel C. Begonia.
I'm used to seeing the world through Muriel's eyes.
It's all according to Muriel C. She's halfway there. There she goes. Halfway there. There she goes.
Propo banter, questions answered, that's what she sees. It might take all night to get them, she's got deadlines to meet. From PDA to laptop, words are flying on her screen. Eloquence is elegant when it's Muriel C.
It's all according to Muriel C.
The color is always gray under Muriel's sky.
It's all according to Muriel C. Begonia.
I'm used to seeing the world through Muriel's eyes.
It's all according to Muriel C. She's halfway there. There she goes. She's halfway there. There she goes.
Construct, consult, instruct, insult, readers get the joke.
There she goes.
What was that? What was what? It doesn't matter, I don't know. She's now a legend in her time, and her readership still grows. Fascinating reading, writing about that band they call Big Blow.
It's all according to Muriel C.
The color is
Begonia.
always gray under Muriel's sky.
It's all according to Muriel C. Begonia.
I'm used to seeing the world through Muriel's eyes.
It's all according to Muriel C.
There's a spirit around us, warming the crisp winter air, and my heart fills with love as I spread joy, peace, and good cheer. And the spirit of Christmas will last throughout the new Given all we've been through and all that's still to come, it's the little things I think of, and I thank God for everyone. And in time, words with you is not what you want to be, but the need for loved ones around us, releasing all of our fears. In the early morning hours on this cold December day, I strolled outside to reflect on the blessings my ancestors gave, and my heart fills with love as I spread joy, peace, and good cheer. And the spirit of Christmas will last throughout the new year. Well, everybody ought to treat a stranger right, long way from home. Everybody ought to treat a stranger right, long way from home. Christ came down a stranger, he didn't have no home. Well, they laid him in a manger, the oxen kept him warm. Well, everybody ought to treat a stranger right, long way from home. Everybody ought to treat a stranger right, long way from home. All of us down here are strangers, none of us really have a home. You gotta treat everybody as your brother, then you know you won't come to harm. Well, everybody ought to
Overblessed an overture and over any standard, running with a jar so he could catch a flying flame. Responsible, being irresponsible, in orbit all about himself. And that's expected when he's growing from inside. But it would creep into the silence where he'd hide. Underwhelmed and underpaid, under true pretenses, working through the morning as a clown for cigarettes. So many postcards of the way his life would be, stored neatly in a pillowcase, so as the water leaks like blood upon the floor, he saw disease infecting something that was pure. And ask this boy to be alive, to be a man, to be the clay from other hands, to be regrets, to be our child, to be receipts within a file, to be the father for a child. He was still a year or more from ending this recession. He was still a wish or more from living with himself. And he was like a statue caught in acid rain. He would not catch this flame again. So when she told him that the smoke was only steam, she told him soon, it's always closer than you dream. And the camera zooms out like a morning dove. Please don't ask this boy to be alive, to be a man, to be the clay from other hands, to be regrets, to be young child, to be receipts within a file, to be the father for a child. When the morning was drawn from its palette, what did its signature reveal? The paint has dried, dust covers ages. What might the curtain still conceal? Can lives be of consequence without a sum? And can we know the seedling before the harvest comes? And are there ways of doing that are destined to be done? Show me snowflake, is there a blueprint for the storm? Can the choices of one cold statistic overthrow the power of the form? Have we yet to realize that the world we walk is round? Can we find dimension in direction still unfound? Is every revolution a move to higher ground? Show me children made older and older made young, peasants unseating their king. Even the trees have undone what's been done, losing the bounty of spring. And we inside our ivy gates, trains to catch, getting late, colors awash in the sidewalks of which used to be the only knot out of our sight. Over and under, between here and there, locked away, safe on the wind. scattered in pieces of every which way, hidden in attics of thought, lie the remains of the let come what may, the scars of battles once fought. And now the hands read something new between the seconds overdue, filling in every footstep. But still we hum like a spectre in chains, needing the people we've met. Over and under, between here and there, knocked away safe on the wind. Wonder the choices of who we've become, ending back where they began. Children made older and older made young, peasants unseating their king. Footsteps almost as a rule. He don't want no corporate sponsorship, and he don't see no picket fence or swimming pool. It ain't your mother's round. It's on the outside looking out. I will take your sympathy and put it in the bank, where our privates in the army, but he'll never hold a rank. He's the freight that pushes forward when the tugboat has its doubts. Don't forget who you'll remember on the outside looking out. He won't buy diamonds, don't drive status symbol, won't join country club, and don't run nobody's PTA. He makes decisions for selfless reasons, but that's 'cause he don't care what it is you have to say. It ain't your mother's route. Lives on the outside looking out. I will take your sympathy and put it in the bank, where our privates in the army, but he'll never hold a rank. He's the freight that pushes forward when the tugboat has its doubts. Don't forget who you'll remember on the outside looking out. Yeah.
Tender saplings.
It would be my pleasure to meet you in the garden. I'll take my coffee. No cream. What a sumptuous day. Now make a wish.
Little dancing monkeys in the frozen dinner aisle. But take your sympathy and put it in the bank, where our privates in the army, outside looking out. Outside looking out. Could it be I was mistaken? Am I no different than anyone else? Now from a dream to awaken, with the questions ahead of what I will find. These are the thoughts lost in the back of my mind. And who can I be if I want to? Is it as easy as frames on a wall? How many prisms to bend through to hear where I belong? And what I don't know, how long can I wait beneath where my currency grows? Mid after night, swing after miss, chalk can wash away. I used to be the top of the list, the hero in the play. Maybe I'll end up in history, and maybe they'll write many books about me. The future is solving a mystery with the questions ahead. What I will find, these are the thoughts lost in the back of my ahead of what I will find. These are the thoughts lost in the back of my mind. Back of my mind. In the back of my mind. Back of my mind. Once upon a night, boys were made as men, filmed in black and white. Now the breaking mold stands to be believed, loosening your hold. Can your faith begin to hear a message spoken clear? Without the demons you were always sold. Well, it's alright, there's no need to worry. I can wait all night, I'm not in a hurry. And I'll be here when the day begins tomorrow. And I'll know fear is a wall that ages hollow. It's best to leave and not be forced to follow. Face the sun, the time must come. The time must come. Lay down your guns. No matter what is done, the time must come. Still choosing to ignore. This is what you're asking for. It wasn't I who triggered this alarm. Well, it's alright. There's no need to worry. I can wait all night. I'm not in a hurry. And I'll be here when the day begins tomorrow. And I'll know fear is a wall that it is hollow. It's best to lead and not be forced to follow. Face your son. The time must come. The time must come. Lay down your guns. No matter what is done, the time must come. The time must come. Conceive it strong. The time must come. Lay down your guns. No matter what is done, the time must untouchable by any change of season. On her throne, so deep within my mind, she remains the ghost I always will believe in spite of all the science you can show. Untouchable by the appeal for reason on my sleeve, but never with a sound. You have asked me why, but I cannot explain it. You believe the truth that never can compare. Long ago, when holy was real, there was a she truly to feel. No, not the same as stories may say, but stories won't take her away. Pictures adrift, forgotten notes and tokens are the last of clues that still survive. They may tell a tale, but never can they make one. same as stories may say, but stories won't take her away. Untouchable now, just as much as ever. She is the sea that everyone must sail to. My final words through every awkward meeting, she will always be the way that she was left. We couldn't tell if she saw that he was gone. Surely something in her must have known. She had a will that could rise with every dawn, a strength that could have carried on alone. But the moons were changing, and she died her time. She was ready to go home. So many years he had been by her side, nothing but the kindest words to say. She grew weak, and he was there to be her guide, and wouldn't want it any other way. And as she was fading, he could help her smile until he had to go away. Though the house lies bare and there's no one sleeping there, they are standing in the waves again. Gone, they had never been apart. As generations rose up from their hands, along the shore they became an island's heart, as common as the seagulls and the sand. And I grew up slowly, just in time to feel what so many understand. Though the house lies bare and there's no one sleeping there, though the house lies bare and there's no one sleeping there, they are standing in the waves. They are standing in the waves. They are standing in the again. She says, what's so bad about loving me? Come so close to making you happy. So what are you waiting for? Oh, she says, what's so good about being alone? These mistakes are what you are prone to when you get so close to the place you've been for so long, singing your tears and crying your songs. Hey, I'm waiting here, ready to go. Is there something I just don't know? Explain to me what's so bad about loving me. She says, what's so bad about trying again? It's not a question of if but when. So why would you waste your time? Oh, and she says, what's so good about staying inside? Just how long were you planning on hiding before everybody knows you're as tough as a soft shell crab, saving the gold to pay for your tab? Hey, I'm waiting here, ready to go. Is there something I just don't know? Explain to me what's so bad about loving me. Why not waiting on the day or month or year? It's not like I will ever disappear. Because there's only so many grains in the glass, many to go, but moving too fast. Hey, I'm waiting here, ready to go. Is there something I just don't know? Explain to me what's so. Hey, 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 I'm ready to go. Is there something I just don't know? Explain to me what's so bad about loving me. Bad about loving me. Bad about loving me. Bad about loving me. Bad about loving me.
You were waiting at a red light when I hobbled out the door from the clinic on my crutches like some casualty of war. And you nearly ran me over as you tried to catch my eye. Pulled your car up on the sidewalk and you offered me a ride. You said we'd met once at a party. You were Vegas, I was Rome. You said a cab was too expensive and I let you take me home. plastic where your mirror once had been. Deep impressions in your dashboard that I could put my fingers in. There were scratches on the windshield, something sticky on the floor, broken tooth chips in your ashtray. I could barely latch the door. You changed lanes like Richard Petty, taking corners onto wheels. 2 months later on this dance floor, and I'm remembering how it feels, because you dance like you drive, you shuck and you jive, you scream like a running child. You slip and you slide, you crash and collide, you dance like you drive me wild. You brought bagels every morning, Chinese takeout every night, Groucho movies on the weekends, hearty laughs and soft blue light. How could I resist your kindness? How could I resist your care? You were dauntless, I was helpless. You were damn near always there. Now I'm free of casting crutches, and tonight you took me out. Well, I got bruises, bumps, and rug burns that can prove beyond a doubt that you dance like you drive, shuck and you jive, you scream like a running child. You slip and you slide, you crash and collide, you dance like you drive me wild. Oh, this must be where love and terror meet. Oh, come on, baby, do that polka on my feet. You dance like you drive, you shuck and you jive, you scream like a running child. You slip and you slide, you crash and collide, you dance like you drive me wild. Jersey grass, I wish I was out on that Jersey grass tonight with my baby and no worries at all. Well, Jerry came from Jersey, that jeweled garden state, and he went to work in his uncle's factory in Ohio when he did graduate. But that factory work, it was boring. His mind would wander and fly. He'd think about his baby and those old dark parties, you know, that conveyor belt had just rolled by. And his uncle said, boy, you're a loser.
You're so far gone, it's a crime. You've been running from life, you've been living on dreams. You've been dreaming on the company time. And Jerry said, Jersey grass, I wish I were out on that Jersey grass tonight. My baby, no worries at all. Well, Linda was a looker. She lived across the street. She saw Jerry coming in, she saw Jerry going out. She arranged for them to meet. She said, Jerry, you're my darling. She said, Jerry, you're my life. She booked a church and she bought some rings, and she was Jerry's wife. And they moved into mobile home heaven. Jerry started staying out at night. She said, I don't think you love me, I'm gonna leave you. You know, I've got my rights. Jerry said, Jersey grass, I wish I was out on the Jersey grass tonight. My baby, and no worries at all. Got the car, Linda got the trailer, Linda got the TV and the checkbook too, and Jerry got out with his skin. Good enough for him. He knew what he had to do. Well, he looked up his Jersey Lily. She said, I thought you'd never call. Why don't you put down the phone and come on back home? We'll dance till the store's all full. And he bought him a Greyhound ticket, one-way non-stop run. And in the cool fresh air of an April morning, he rode into the sun, and I could hear him. He was singing out like this. Jersey grass I'm gonna be out on that Jersey grass tonight with my baby and no worries at
Sauti imetoka mbinguni,
sauti imetoka mbinguni,
sauti imetoka mbinguni,
sauti imetoka mbinguni.
Ahubiri malaika wake Mungu,
ahubiri malaika wake Mungu,
ahubiri malaika wake Mungu.
Kahubiri malaika wake Mungu.
Sauti imetoka mbinguni,
sauti imetoka mbinguni,
sauti imetoka mbinguni,
sauti imetoka mbinguni.
Ahubiri malaika wake Mungu,
ahubiri malaika wake Mungu,
ahubiri malaika wake Mungu,
ahubiri malaika wake Mungu. They got married on Halloween. It was like nothing you've ever seen. She wore a tuxedo, and he wore a dress. This is the way they commenced wedded bliss. They got married on Halloween. There were witches and ghosts all about. They were haunted by things they could not live without. There were axes to grind and agendas to hone. The rattle, a scream, and a thump, and a groan. They got married on Halloween. Well, they went door to door with their love for a trick or a treat. These hogs, these doves, from the preacher to the counselor, to the lawyers and the judge. Yes, this one won't sit still, and that one won't fudge, they got married on Halloween. It was all black and white for a day. It was formal and fancy on feet made of clay. And they boiled it all down to who'd lose and who'd win. Had to crawl their way out where they lightly strolled in. They got married on Halloween. Such is the tale of their woe. It was brief, it was bitter, there ain't much more to know. And the chains have been loosed, but you still hear that sound. And the witches are stirring, and the ghosts come around. They got married They got married on Halloween. I think she'll be able to tell. I think she knows me far too well. She'll see a smile upon my face as I stare calmly into space, and she'll know it's true. She'll know all at once of you. If she can see it in my eyes, I'll greet it as no great surprise. She surely knows what's on my mind. She knows I'm hopelessly inclined. There's not a thing I can do. She'll know all at once of you. I've never been too good with secrets. Wear my heart out on my sleeve for all to see. Never been too good at hiding my true feelings. I don't soon expect to be. If she confronts me, I'll confess that I much prefer your arms to emptiness. I see no point in lying now, don't much want to anyhow. She won't ask what's new, she'll know all at once of you.
He came north all the way from the heart of West Virginia in a July rage of a Great Lakes storm. Now the cold November winds are blowing you back home again. I hope those hills will keep you warm. I will reach for you in the morning light. I will speak your name in the day. Tell me, will I see you in my dreams after you have gone away? I'll bet the sun shines bright today in West Virginia. I'll bet they're glad to have you back. It's gonna rain all day right here. I'm gonna hold your picture near and cross that southbound railroad track. I will reach for you in the morning light. I will speak your name in the day. Tell me, will I see you in my dreams after you have gone away? It's a cold, dark, dreary day on the shores of old Lake Erie. Clouds are stretched out far as I can see. I'm gonna write you a letter tonight, gonna mail it off in the morning. Gonna beg you, darling, won't you come on back to me? I will reach for you in the morning light. I will speak your name in the day. Tell me, will I see you in my dreams after you have gone away? Tell me, will I see you in my dreams? Darling, won't you come on back to stay?
The City Clerk's Office provides service to the City Council. We prepare and gather background information for council agenda items. We prepare council meeting minutes, so one of us attends each of the City Council meetings. I meet weekly with the City Manager and the Mayor to prepare agendas for future council meetings. After the council meetings, I finalize the resolutions and ordinances that the City Council adopted and prepare council meeting minutes for council adoption. And all of this information is posted on the web, the council meeting minutes, resolutions, ordinances, and what I think is most helpful to residents is the background information on council agenda items. We publish the information so that the residents can know what the council is going to be considering at their upcoming meetings. If residents wish to comment, they can come to the meeting to make comments, and they can send me an email commenting on council agenda items. And I share that information with the City Council, and it's entered into the record of the council meeting. We definitely encourage residents to attend council meetings, to be aware of what the council is considering, and to let their council members know what their opinion is. There are a small number of permits that are processed through the City Clerk's Office. Vendors' licenses are processed through here. There aren't very many of them, but we do get a few of those requests. So for vendors who wish to sell door-to-door, or transient merchants who, these trucks that are set up on street corners, not on parking lots, those permits are processed through this office.
The vendor license process is a bit of a complicated process. We don't have it on the website. We actually prefer walk-ins so that we can explain it better. It's a process where the resident or the vendor would need to go to the county first and obtain a license. They would then come here, and we have our own city license. So we'd rather have them come in so we can explain this process. We'd also like them to explain to us what kind of business they would like to conduct in the city, and then we would be able to tell them whether our license is what they're looking for. And it's a temporary license. We usually ask them to fill out an application. We also have our city code on there so that they can read it. And we also have fingerprinting. So they have to do fingerprinting as well, and they can do that at the downstairs in the police department, and that's on Wednesdays. Once the vendor is approved for their license, they're given this badge. We create these badges with their photograph, and they're to wear this at all times when they're conducting business. They're also given the actual license, which they're also supposed to have available upon request. So if the police come by, they need to make sure that they have their badge as well as their actual license. We want the residents to make sure that if they feel that there's a vendor out there who may not have a license, for them to contact the police department, and the police will come by and actually ask them to show them their badge.
The most common permit that we issue is the street closure for block party permit.
Our street closure permits are for residents who would like to close down a block, for example, for their block parties. We have a lot of block parties, especially around summertime. Residents can come to our office and obtain a street closure permit. They can also obtain it on our Tacoma Park website. Street closure permit is just a permit where residents would just have their neighbors sign it so that they know that they'll be closing down the street and they're aware of it. They would then bring it here to our office. We actually send it down to the police department, and the chief of police he'll look over it to make sure that we have enough signatures and that the majority of the neighbors are aware of the street closure and are okay with it. And once that's done, we draw up a permit and we mail it out to the resident. The requirements that you need to meet so that it can be approved would be you need at least 60% of that block. 60% of the neighbors would have to agree to it. The street has to be reopened by dark, before dark actually. And our Public Works Department, they provide the barricades, and the resident is responsible for putting the barricades and to close off the block in which they had requested to close.
Residents who wish to register to vote can contact our office for a voter registration form. They can drop their registration forms off here at the city or send them directly to the County Board of Elections. In Tacoma Park, for city elections only, we offer the opportunity for non-United States citizens who are residents of the city to register to vote in city elections. We hold elections in the city every 2 years in odd-numbered years to elect the mayor and city council. Those elections are coordinated by the city clerk's office in coordination with the city's Board of Elections. The city clerk's office can provide information about voter registration. If you are a U.S. citizen, you can confirm your voter registration with the Montgomery County Board of Elections. Here in Tacoma Park, we use paper ballots. We don't use the voting machines that the state uses. As our election approaches in November, we will be providing information about our election. Another service we provide is a domestic partnership registry. Domestic partners who would like to have a record of their domestic partnership can register with my office, and I provide a certificate and keep a permanent record here at the city. In order to register a domestic partnership, residents or even non-residents can make the application with my office. The City Council has established a number of committees to advise them in various areas. Residents who would like to attend those meetings can view a calendar of scheduled meetings that is posted on the web and on bulletin boards here in the city. Residents who are interested in serving on committees should contact my office or look at the web page. We provide an application form, and I can provide detailed information about the function of each committee and what the responsibilities are. The services we provide allow residents to take part in their local government.
We encourage residents to walk in our office and ask any questions that they have. The city clerk's hours are Monday through Friday from 8:30 to 5. We're located on the third floor of the Tacoma Park Community Center. The city website is tacomaparkmd.gov. And to find our city clerk information, you would click on the link, which is on the left-hand side of our screen, and it's listed city clerk, and you can find some information there. My telephone number is 301-891-7214. Jesse Carpenter, our city clerk's telephone number is 301-891-7267. Un miembro de la ciudad de Tacoma Park tiene alguna pregunta, nosotros tenemos gente aquí disponibles para comunicarles en español si tienen una pregunta. So any city resident who may have a question and needs a Spanish-speaking staff member, we have several staff members that can assist them in Spanish.
I'd like people to know that they can call or email anytime for information. If it's not something that we can assist with, we can refer you to the proper office.
National Sick of Signs program, and the city joined it this year. It got a little controversial as the council passed the resolution recognizing it because we realized that our sign ordinance isn't what we thought it was supposed to be. So we'll be discussing that, but it's generally to get all of the various signs that are posted around town illegally, mostly advertising for profit businesses, to not pollute our city, not pollute our neighborhoods with these signs. It's dangerous to put them up there, and nobody should be advertising their business in the public right away. There's other means to do that, and we're taking back our neighborhood. One is the Sick of Signs. It's a doozy award, and this is for the most colorful or elaborate, and we decided that the Reggae Picnic sign should get that award. The next award is Your Guess is as Good as Mine award. That's the most confusing sign, and it's that red one right there, Entrepreneur's Perfect Storm, Now is the Time, ecopure.tv. What is the message there? The next one is the 86th Award for the oldest sign, and that's the moving sale Saturday, February 16th.
Doesn't say what year, though.
We collected, I don't know, probably 300 signs, which is quite a number of signs for mostly on state highways going through the city, mostly off of New Hampshire Avenue, Piney Branch Road, and Flower Avenue, with a few of them right out front, in front of our building at Philadelphia and Maple. A number of them are obviously put up by the same people. People are paid to put these things up, and most of them are out of material that doesn't degrade and sticks around for hundreds or thousands of years. So it's just a lot of effort and a lot of money going into posting these and taking them down, and we're hopeful that with education we can reduce the number of them around here and not have this visual pollution, and everybody can go on about their business in proper ways.
The Senate of Maryland offers its sincerest congratulations to Renee Johnson in recognition of your leading role at Maryland's Homegrown School Lunch Week and the statewide campaign to promote wholesome and delicious nutrition for young Marylanders and environmentally responsible practices in all of our schools. The entire membership extends best wishes on this memorable occasion.
I like the pizza. That tastes better. I like the fruit. I like the fruit. Oh, the fruit is good. I like it.
See, I have a delicious lunch. The apples are really good.
The green beans were delicious.
And the cucumber salad.
It's so It was excellent! When we began to realize that the obesity crisis was becoming such an issue for this nation, we said, how could we intervene with that? And decided that it might be a wise idea to go in and try to change what children eat at school. So this focus this week on Farm to School is a perfect opportunity to have the attention
of schools, of parents, of the children. And so one of the goals is to work with more schools to say, how could this be something that doesn't happen one day, 1 week, but it happens every day, every week, and makes a long-term difference.
Tacoma Park Middle School is excited today to host this event because we are the first school in Montgomery County to actually be the kickoff site for the homegrown Farms to School lunch program. And what that means for us is we have more healthy selections for students on the lunch menu. We've always had a fresh salad bar, but as a result of this program, even today, we're going to have vegetarian pizza and fresh apples, all locally grown, which we embrace.
It was less greasy. Yeah, and then like we don't usually have fruits. And y'all food came from like the farm. It was real greens. It wasn't those canned greens, the short ones. It was like yeah. And then like we never had and it was cooked better. Yeah, it was cooked better every day.
We began our research study to figure out what would it take to get them to select and eat fruits and vegetables, and especially those grown here in Maryland, to begin to make the connection to local food. That work began several years ago before it became kind of popular now to do that. And we study the children, the cafeteria workers, the teachers, the whole school system, as well as their families. We have longitudinal data, so we're following them over time to see if this stays. Do they keep eating?
All right, so you guys love the food or what?
Yeah.
How cool is this? You're eating Maryland. You are what you eat, and you guys are Maryland. From head to toe. So far, there's no new money that has gone into it. What we've done is we're getting the Department of Agriculture to get a database of all the farmers in particular areas to try to connect them to particular schools, and then the Department of Education is doing outreach to the schools to see who wants to participate. And there's an overwhelming response so far, and so we're trying to connect them and then figure out how to make it happen. This is taking place all over the state today to kick off the Jane Lawton Farm to Schools program. Now let me just say a word about Jane Lawton. I remember very clearly the day that Jane called me up. I had just been elected to the Senate, and she said, I heard you campaigning about getting junk food out of the school and healthy food into the schools. And she said, I want to join this movement of getting locally grown farm food into public schools. Will you do it with me? And I said, of course.
I know Mom would be really proud of this. This was her #1 priority going into last legislative year, and she had talked to me about it so many times and just told me how important this was to her and how cool a bill she thought this was going to be. So I think she'd be really pleased to see that it managed to get up and running so quickly.
What it's going to take is working with who produces the food, processes the food, make sure it's safe, gets it to children, whether that's at home or in a school or a camp, and then gets the children to eat it. And then the long-term consequences are they'll tend to do this into early adulthood if you can get them early enough. We've learned that if the children are in on requesting the foods they want to eat, maybe purchasing or getting to go on the shopping trip, or raising them themselves or preparing them, they will usually eat them.
Let's connect our Department of Agriculture, our Department of Education in the state to get Maryland farmers selling their food to our public schools because it's good for the nutrition of our kids, it's good for the environment. Instead of this huge carbon footprint of importing food from California or Florida, let's use our Maryland-grown farm food, and it's great for our farmers and for our economy.
I think our vision is that someday the media won't come to a school because it's news. They'll be looking at something else because it's so commonplace. It's the way of eating, and the children are healthier and doing better in school. It's a big vision, but I think taken together, we can make it happen.
ever lay, making our love new. Our girl is grown, she's leaving home, needs our goodbye now. I'll miss her to help you through, you have taught me how. I'll keep loving you, never say goodbye. You're constant as the sun, and crazy like snowflakes in July.